A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. Yesterday, for the first time since entering the hospital in New York, Mary Noble was allowed to see her face beneath the bandages that have covered it, and her reaction was one of disappointment. For although Dr. Allen has assured her she's progressing beautifully from the painful acid burns inflicted by the enraged Claudia Vincent, she nevertheless expected better results. And later in the day, she conveyed this disappointment to wealthy Rupert Barlow, who's been taking full advantage of Larry's absence in Hollywood to continue his romantic campaign for Mary's attention. But Rupert finds the possibility of a disfigured Mary Noble considerably dampening to his ardor. Right now, in his New York apartment overlooking Central Park, we find him receiving a call from a private investigator named Irving Morse. And as Mr. Morse approaches his client, we hear,
"Well, Mr. Barlow, we hit pay dirt this time. I come right over the minute I got the report. I knew you'd want to read it straight off."
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Morse, but suppose you get to the point. I'm very busy at the moment.
Well, sure, Mr. Barlow. Only I thought you'd want to see this report that just come in from my boys out on the West Coast. It was full of real meat. And I'm beginning to understand why you wanted us to put a shadow on that actor fellow, that Larry Noble. He must be quite a guy. He sure isn't wasting any time out there in Hollywood.
If you've finished with your personal discourse, suppose you get down to the business that brought you here.
Oh, okay, Mr. Barlow. Right away. Just let me get this report out of the envelope here. Got it right here. Yeah. You want to read it? Do you want me to read it out to you?
You may as well read it to save time.
Okay. Now then. March 11th. That's Sunday.
I'm not interested in a discussion of the calendar, Mr. Morse.
Okay. I only wanted to make it clear. Now, the boy says, picked up subject at hotel in Beverly Hills at 9:47. Followed him in car from parking lot into Hollywood. Down
You can skip
Sunset...
the details. I don't care what street your operative passed, nor what the mileage on his speedometer reads. Just give me the gist of the report and try to make it brief.
Sure, only, Mr. Barlow, in this business, an operative has got to give all the facts, understand? Otherwise, the report don't stand up.
Can't you understand that I'm anxious to finish with this matter as quickly as possible? You're wasting valuable time.
Well, just wait till you hear this next. Now, here's where it starts to get interesting. Subject pulled into curb on Hollywood Boulevard, right back of a bus stop, and waited for exactly 7 minutes. Young girl stepped off bus and was hailed by subject. Girl who is identified as young actress named Dora Dean, also working on Marco and Franklin lot. Joined subject and both drove off in car. Managed to keep following, although subject appears nervous, and kept looking back, making it necessary to dodge out of sight frequently. Now, Mr. Barlow, get this. This is the interesting part.
Go on, I'm listening.
Okay, then. The boy says, subject and actress drive around for nearly 2 hours, stopping at small apartment and rooming houses. After frequent stops, they go into house at 1217 Jacaranda and remain for nearly quarter hour. Then they return to car, drive out toward Ocean, with subject still appearing nervous and looking back until...
All right, that's enough. That's all I want to know.
Well, there's not much more. It's only a couple more
I'm not interested,
lines.
Mr. Morse.
Yeah, but you wanted us to shadow this Noble, Mr. Barlow. You asked us to have operatives tail him around the clock. And the first time we hit pay dirt, you say you're not interested. Here, maybe you better read the report yourself. Maybe you didn't get the idea. This guy is chasing after a young Hollywood starlet. Now, if you wanted to get the goods on him, looks like we're on the right track. Here, you take the report.
Very well.
Hey, you're tearing up the report.
Exactly. That's the end of it, as far as I'm concerned. You can call your operatives off the case and send me the bill for expenses to date.
You mean you don't want us to shadow this Larry Noble no more?
That is precisely what I mean. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Morse, I have other things to do.
Sure. Okay, Mr. Barlow. I'm leaving right away. Only said it was a screwy business, but it's beat down.
And at this same time, we find Mary Noble in her room in a New York hospital where she's waiting until she's well enough to leave. Her nurse has just brought in the mail and has left again to fill in her chart. And Mary quickly looks through the letters until...
Here it is. Oh, Larry, darling, if you only knew what your letters mean to me. It's almost as if you were speaking to me when I read your letters. I can hear the sound of your voice, even see the expression on your face.
Darling, it looks as if I'd really settled down for the rest of my stay. Yesterday I moved out of the hotel into a smaller place. And so from now on, my address will be 1217 Jacaranda. Doesn't that sound fancy?
It certainly does. Oh, I can picture the street now when the trees are in bloom. I wonder if this is the season. Or is it too late? Here I am daydreaming instead of finishing the letter. Where was I? Oh, yes. You said, doesn't it sound fancy?
But it's not. In fact, it's anything but, sweetheart. The only virtue of my new domicile is the economy of rent.
I hope it isn't some horrible little hole in the wall, darling. I don't want you to be wretched or uncomfortable.
I've taken this inexpensive room so that I'll be able to pay off the bills at a faster rate. So you see, Mary, there's nothing for you to worry about from that score. Just concentrate on getting well and arranging your life in any way you want. Let me worry about everything else. You haven't told me very much about yourself lately. I want to know how you feel, how you're getting along. And please don't pull any punches. You know that your recovery is my greatest concern. My love, darling, as always.
As always. Oh, Larry, darling, how endless the days seem when you're away. Even though I'm the one who sent you. You don't know about that, do you, darling? You don't know that I wrote Tom Bryson in Hollywood and asked him to find you a picture contract. I'm sure you'd be quite angry with me if you knew. But I only did it because you were so wretched here, worrying about me and our debt. I hope you're happy where you are. And I wish I knew what to tell you, darling, about myself. How long it will be or what I'll look like when it's over. I've hoped for so much. And now I'm a little afraid. I couldn't put that in the letter, Larry, but it's true. I'm afraid that I may always wear the telltale marks of this horrible nightmare. And I know that would be unbearable for you. To always be reminded of Claudia Vincent and all she meant would be too cruel a trick for fate to play. But how can I be sure it won't be like that?
Good morning, Mrs. Noble.
Oh, good morning, Dr. Allen.
How is my favorite patient this morning?
Oh, I'm just fine, Doctor.
Ah, yeah? Cross your heart?
Cross my heart.
Good. Then I want you to tell me what all this commotion was about yesterday.
What do you mean?
Your nurse, Miss Clark, tells me Mr. Rupert Barlow was ready to tear the building down, stone by stone, after he saw you.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry about that, Dr. Allen.
What's the reason for the sudden flare-up, or is it a personal matter? I have several urgent messages to get in touch with Mr. Barlow at once, but I thought I'd better hear what you have to say first.
Oh, it's entirely my fault. Although I don't think Rupert Barlow should have made such a fuss. I really didn't expect him yesterday at all, and I was feeling a little depressed.
Depressed? Why?
Oh, I know it's ungrateful of me after all you've done, but somehow I expected my face to look exactly as it did before Claudia Vincent threw that acid at me. And when it didn't, well, I was disappointed.
I see.
I must have transferred this disappointment to Rupert. And he reacted the way men so often do.
How is that?
When they feel helpless to do anything, they fly into a temper and start looking for someone to take it out on.
You think that I'm to be the scapegoat?
I'm afraid so, Dr. Allen. Although if you just refuse to see Rupert, I'll make him understand that he's not to say anything to you when I see him next.
Don't worry about me, my dear. My shoulder is broad enough to take Mr. Barlow's blows. What I want to clear up is this distorted point of view you seem to have adopted since yesterday.
Distorted?
I'm afraid so. You see, Mrs. Noble, I told you the plain, unvarnished truth when I said that you were making a remarkable, almost miraculous recovery.
Yes, I know.
I also warned you not to expect too much when you first looked into that hand mirror.
I guess I couldn't help it.
What you saw is not the finished product, my dear. Although to the professional eye of a doctor, it is clearly evident that the healing will be very nearly perfect, and that your beauty will be certainly not damaged to any noticeable extent. Now then, in view of that, do you think there is any justification for this depressed state of mind?
No, certainly not. And I really am ashamed, Dr. Allen. I feel so ungrateful.
Nonsense, my dear. I just want to straighten the facts out in your own mind and make sure that you don't lapse into another spell of gloom.
I won't, I promise you that. Oh, Dr. Allen, you've made me so happy. I won't even ask you how long it'll take. I'll be patient from now on until the day you say I'm healed.
You won't have too long to wait, my dear. And then what'll you do? Return to your home on Long Island?
The first thing I'll do is get a plane for Hollywood and surprise my husband.
I wonder if that's a wise plan.
Well, why not? I'm so anxious to see him and to settle his fears about me.
Before you want to take this trip, Mrs. Noble, you'd better think about it carefully. And whatever you do, don't leave without consulting me.
Dr. Allen is thinking of the false impression he has formed of Larry Noble as the result of the carefully planted insinuations of Rupert Barlow. Be sure to be listening tomorrow to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with a happy, happy holiday. 'Twas the night before Christmas. I sat by the fire. I filled up my pipe, turned the radio higher. The hour was 12 by the clock on the stair. A few moments more, and St. Nick would be there. When out on the airwaves there rose such a clatter, I grabbed for the dial to see what was the matter. And what to my wondering ears should I hear but the sound of sleigh bells and a voice ringing clear. Now strawberry, now raspberry, now lemon and lime. On cherry, on orange, we haven't much time. A noise on the roof, and then, quick as a flash, out of the radio burst with a crash a gay-looking, cheerful, and merry-faced fellow, shaking with laughs like a bowl full of Jell-O. He spoke not a word, but working like Ned, filled all the stockings. Then, turning his head, he gave me a wink as he shook his white beard. Then, back in the radio, he disappeared. He sprang to his sleigh, and he gave a loud cry, and away they all flew like snow in the sky. But I heard him call back as he raced down the glen, "Merry Christmas, dear people. Merry Christmas again." That was a happy, happy holiday played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as is always his custom on Christmas Eve, Jack Benny is holding open house tonight for all the members of his cast. So without further ado, we whisk you to Jack's home in Beverly Hills. Take it away.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Work all night, work all day, never get no pay. Jingle bells, jingle bells.
Rochester, if you got any complaints to make, don't sing them.
I tried everything else.
Never mind. Now, as soon as you get those packages wrapped, put them over here under the tree. The gang will be here pretty soon.
Okay, boss.
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. Why is this side of the tree so bare? What happened to all the ornaments?
Your ostrich had lunch.
Oh, she ate them, eh? I thought I told you to lock Trudy up in the garage with Carmichael.
I did, and boss, your Maxwell is now completely covered with fur and feathers.
Good. We'll enter it in the Rose Bowl parade. Where's Trudy now?
She's out in the kitchen laughing at the turkey.
She is, eh? Well, I hope she doesn't annoy Swing High.
She better not. Them Chinese can cook anything.
Well, as soon as you're through here, get Trudy out of the kitchen. Now, hurry up with those presents.
Okay. Say, boss.
What?
Who's this leather belt for?
Oh, that belt is for Don Wilson.
My, long ain't it?
Well, Mr. Wilson isn't exactly shaped like an hourglass. And wrap it up nice for him. And look, Rochester, I wish you'd... What's that?
Here comes Trudy now.
Trudy, come back here. Well, there goes my new Ming vase. Rochester, go out and catch that ostrich.
Boss, if I could run that fast, I'd be playing with UCLA.
Well, I'm not going to have Trudy running through the house. As soon as you get those packages finished...
Hello, Jack. Merry Christmas.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Miss Livingston.
Same to you, Rochester.
Mary, put your packages under the tree.
Okay. Say, Jack, who are you giving this oil painting to?
Beautiful, isn't it? I got that for Phil Harris.
An oil painting for Phil Harris? Are you crazy?
No, I'm not crazy. He's got a lovely apartment.
Sure, but he hasn't got a picture on the wall he didn't tear out of Esquire.
That's why I got Phil this painting. I'm trying to educate him. Look, Mary, it's a genuine Botticelli.
He won't like it unless there's a joke under it.
He'll appreciate it, all right. Say, Mary, when you came in, did you notice the way Rochester decorated the front of the house with holly and lights and everything? Isn't it something?
Yes. But gee whiz, Jack, you ought to take down that sign.
What sign?
The one that says, Merry Christmas, ostrich plumes, 15 cents.
Well, for heaven's sake, Rochester, did you put that sign up, ostrich plumes, 15 cents?
You told me to.
I did not. I merely said that's the price if anybody asks. I didn't tell you to advertise.
Shall I take the sign down, boss?
No, the damage is done now. Leave it up. But I want to see the books at the end of the week. Remember that.
Why, Jack, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. The idea of selling ostrich plumes.
Well, I have to do something to get even. Trudy eats everything in sight. She got in my bedroom the other day and ate my cufflinks, a box of cigars, and 2 hairbrushes.
The brushes you don't have to worry about.
I do, too. Those brushes were a present from Greta Garbo when I was working at MGM.
Oh, I remember. They were sent to your dressing room by mistake.
I don't care how I got them. I got them. It's the thought that counts. Anyway, that ostrich better stop eating things in my bedroom. It's costing me a fortune. What's so funny?
If you ever eat that green stuff out of your mattress, you'll be bankrupt.
Rochester, to hear you talk, you'd think I kept my entire life savings in my mattress.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't.
Then why do you stand there with a gun when I make the bed?
That's the only way I can get you to work, and you know it. Anyway, Mary, all Trudy needs is a little training. Well, there's somebody already. Come in.
Hello, everybody. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Same to you, Dennis.
Merry Christmas, Mrs. Day.
Put your packages under the tree, Dennis. We'll open them later.
Oh, Mother, isn't that a beautiful Christmas tree? Yes, Dennis, it's lovely.
Thanks.
Gee, look at those popcorn balls hanging there. Can I have one, Mr. Benny?
Of course, Dennis. Help yourself.
Just put a dime under the tree.
That won't be necessary. This is Christmas. Well, Mrs. Day, I'm so glad you were able to come tonight. We've missed you on the program the last few weeks. Where have you been?
Oh, I've been very busy shopping and preparing for the holidays. You know how it is.
Yes, yes.
Jack told me you were wrestling in San Diego.
I said nothing of the kind. Don't try to start an argument between Mrs. Day and myself. We're very good friends now, aren't we, Lucretia?
Well, I'm standing under the mistletoe, if that's what you mean.
Not now, Lou. Later, when we play games.
Say, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
The man just came with the ice cream. It's $4.75.
Oh.
Have you got the cash with you, or shall I go upstairs and make the bid?
Never mind. Here's $5. Let him keep the change.
The whole quarter?
Yes.
Boss, while you're in this mood, I'd like to have a little talk with you.
Never mind. Give the man the money. Now, Mrs. Day, you'll have to excuse me. I still got to wrap up a few more packages. Do you mind?
Not at all. I'll be glad to help you.
Well, thank you. And, Dennis, while we're working, how about singing something for us to brighten things up? You know any Christmas carols?
Oh, sure. Lots of them.
Good. Let's hear one. Just a second. There's someone at the door. Come in. Well, hello, Don. Merry Christmas.
Same to you, Jack. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Well, Merry Christmas to you all.
Oh, Don, are all those packages for us?
Yes, sir. All 6 of them.
Well, put them under the tree. We'll open them later. Look, Mary, you can see the big red letters right through the paper. Here, Rochester, hang up Mr. Wilson's hat.
Yes, sir. Happy Yuletide, Mr. Wilson.
Well, the same to you, Rochester, and here's a little gift for you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Thank you. Looks like a bottle.
Yes, Rochester, it is. It's hair tonic.
Oh. Well, little White Rock will fix that up.
Put it under the tree. You can have it later. Now, go ahead, Dennis. Let's hear your song.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
Mrs. Day, will you tie a nice bow on this package here? It's for the... Oh, darn it.
Hey, wait, everybody. Here comes the fight.
Trudy! Trudy, come back here. There goes a goldfish bowl. Come on, Rochester. Let's get her.
My, what a household. Sing your song, Dennis.
Oh, little town of Bethlehem, how still we see yet in thy darkness shineth the everlasting light. The hopes and fears of all the years are met in thee tonight. The first Noel, the angel did say, was to certain poor shepherds in fields as they lay, in fields where they lay keeping their sheep on a cold winter's night that was so deep. Noel, 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 born is the King of Israel. Away in a manger, no crib for his bed, the little Lord Jesus lay down his sweet head. The stars in the heavens looked down where he lay. The little Lord Jesus asleep in the hay. The cattle are lowing, the poor babe awakes, but little Lord Jesus no crying he makes. I love thee, Lord Jesus. Look down from the sky and stay by my cradle to watch the
Dennis, those carols were lovely. You sang beautifully.
Thank you, Mrs. Day.
I'm your mother.
Oh.
Well, that's that.
Did you catch Trudy?
Yes, and Rochester's putting her in the basement. She won't bother us again. Say, I wish Phil and Andy'd get here. I'm getting hungry.
Me too. What are we going to have, Jack?
We're going to have turkey hash, John. Delicious turkey hash.
Uh-oh.
What are you owing about?
They didn't move Thanksgiving back far enough.
Mary, this is not the same turkey.
Well, I think we're very lucky. I'd rather have turkey hash than roast ostrich any day.
Don, you're just being silly. In the first place, I haven't got a roaster big enough for an ostrich, and in the second place, they aren't good to eat. The meat is much too sinewy and fibrous to chew.
Oh, you looked it up, eh?
I didn't look it up. I just happen to know that.
Oh, Mr. Benny, did you invite any movie stars here tonight?
No, Mrs. Day. We're just having our own little gang. And listen, everybody, I got a big surprise for you. I wasn't going to tell you until they got here, but my sister Florence and her husband are driving in from Waukegan, and they're due here today.
Oh, your sister's coming. Well, this is a surprise.
And her husband, too, eh?
Yes, you remember him, Mary. You met him in Waukegan.
Oh, yeah. Is he the pool shark?
No, that's my cousin Boo Boo. Boo Boo Benny. The fellow that's coming here is my brother-in-law, Leonard Penchel. He's an interior decorator.
An interior decorator, huh?
Yeah.
He's a paper hanger, and you know it.
Mary, he sells wallpaper on the side. He's got 1 million patterns.
Are they going to stay here at the house with you, Jack?
Oh, sure. You don't think they'd stay anywhere else, as my sister said in her letter. Anyway, they ought to be here any minute.
Doggone that bird, I'll teach her to nip me.
Rochester, I just want you to put her in the basement. What did you do to Trudy?
I ain't saying, but she's going to eat her dinner tonight, loop-de-loop.
Rochester, did you tie a knot in her neck again? Did you?
Well,
Rochester, did you tie a knot in Trudy's neck?
Just plain, no bow.
So don't you ever do that again. Now go downstairs and untie her before she chokes. Now hurry.
Okay, boss. I wish I knew a detour.
Rochester, I don't know what's the matter with that guy. Every time I get a pet, he has to... Come in, come in. Hiya, Jackson. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Hello,
Well, Phil, I'm glad you brought all your boys with you. Come on in, men. Hey, put all your presents under the tree, fellas.
Oh, Jack, the orchestra boys are here, and you forgot to buy presents for them.
I did not. I got them a lovely gift. It's a very practical and something they can all use.
I'll bet it's a roller towel.
Well, it won't hurt them any. Now, hang your hats out in the hall, men, and say, Phil, how do you like the Christmas tree? Nice decorations, eh?
Oh, boy, look at those popcorn balls.
I knew you'd say it that way. Now, Phil, we're not going to open our presents until after dinner, but the one I got for you is so beautiful, I want everybody to see it. Go and get it, Mary.
Okay.
Wait till you see it, Phil. You'll love it. It's for your apartment.
Last year, you gave me some cocktail glasses, and you didn't even wash the cheese out.
Well, I was rushed.
Here you are, Phil.
Yep, there you are, Phil. A beautiful oil painting. And it's for you. Keep it. You're welcome. Now, wait a minute. Phil, you don't realize that this is a masterpiece, a work of art.
Maybe you should have taken the calendar off.
There's no calendar on it. Look, Phil, this painting is The Birth of Venus by Botticelli.
I don't care if it's Whistler's wife. I don't want it.
That's Whistler's mother. And there's a guy that don't appreciate the real thing.
But, Jack, if this painting were an original Botticelli, it would cost you at least $100,000.
What do I care? It's Christmas. It only comes once a year. What if I do spend a little money?
Say, Jack.
What?
If you stay up there 8 hours, you can get a pilot's license.
Well, all right. If that's the way you all feel about it, I'll keep it myself. Go out of my way to get an unusual present. Come in.
Say, does Jack Benny live here?
Hello, Jack.
Florence Leonard. Well, I thought you'd never get here. Florence, darling, how are you? Gee whiz.
Oh, you're looking grand, Jack.
You do, too, and so does Leonard.
Yeah, I'm fine. You're putting on a little weight, ain't you, Droopy?
Oh, a little here and there.
Well, you're eating more regular now.
Oh, fellas, this is my sister Florence and her husband Leonard.
How do you do? Oh, you look beautiful.
Well, Florence, how's Dad and Cousin Boo Boo and everybody? Eh?
Oh, they're fine. Everybody's swell.
That's good. Hey, Leonard, how do you like my new house? Pretty classy, eh?
The wallpaper stinks.
Oh, it does, eh?
Say, Florence, this is your first trip out to Hollywood, isn't it?
Yes, and I'm so happy for Leonard. He's just dying to meet all the movie stars.
So is Jack. They ought to get together.
Listen, Mary, I know plenty of big stars, and I'll introduce them to Leonard and Florence.
Do you know Ann Sheridan? Woo!
Oh, brother.
Leonard, will you behave yourself?
Oh, let him alone, Florence. He's having a good time.
That's right, Droopy.
Stop calling me Droopy. That was years ago. Well, folks, as soon as Andy gets here, we'll eat. You want to wash up a bit first, Leonard?
Yeah, where's the sink?
Oh, fine.
Leonard, you can clean up in my room, and I'll take you there in a minute. Gee, Florence, it's nice seeing you again. I'm glad you were able to come out.
Oh, I am too, Jack. Gee, it's been ages.
Now, tomorrow I'm going to take you over to Paramount Studio, and you can watch me do a scene in my new picture.
Is Ann Sheridan in it? Woo!
No, Leonard. Woo-woo! You're as bad as Cousin Boo Boo. See, I wish Andy'd get here. I'm hungry.
Me too. Why don't we eat now, Jack?
All right, let's do that. When Andy comes, he can join us. Come on, fellas. Let's all go in the dining room. Hey, Leonard, what are you doing back there?
Look at this wallpaper. It don't hang right.
Leave it alone. It's all right.
No, it's too loose. Look.
Leonard, please. You're here on a vacation. I'll have to have that wall redone. Well, come on, fellas. Let's see. See who that is, Rochester.
That must be Mr. Devine. Come in.
Come in. Trudy, stay out of the dining room.
Don't call that African canary.
Trudy! Well, there goes my china closet. Rochester, lock her up in the garage with Carmichael.
Okay, boss.
Come on, folks, let's see. Florence, have some more of this hash. It's delicious.
Oh, no, thanks. I don't believe I can finish this.
Put some catsup on it. That'd help mine.
Now, this is darn good food, Mary.
Leonard, I wish you'd please use your fork.
I've been using a knife for years and never cut myself yet. Hey, Mrs. Day?
Stop nudging me.
Hey, Phil, you're not eating. What's the matter? Aren't you hungry?
Yeah, but I can wait.
Well, I hope none of you eat too much. I want you to save room for the dessert, you know.
What are we having for dessert, Mr. Benny?
Tell him, Don.
Well, Dennis, what do you think we're having for dessert?
Jell-O.
I'll tell you what we're having, Dennis.
Don, he just guessed it.
For dessert tonight, Dennis, we're having a shimmering dish of tempting, delicious strawberry Jell-O.
Don, it's
and
no
Jack
use.
got it at his neighborhood grocer by simply asking for genuine Jell-O and looking for the big red letters on the box.
Don, he knows.
So there you are, Dennis. What are we having for dessert?
I still think it's Jell-O.
You're right, Dennis, but you know how Don is. Well, folks, soon as you're through with dinner, we're all going to play games and have some fun.
So this is a Hollywood party, huh? Give me Waukegan anytime.
Leonard, will you please keep still?
This town is overrated.
Overrated? You've only been here 5 minutes.
And bragging about a swimming pool. I bet you haven't even got one.
Look out the window. What do you think that is in the backyard?
You call that a swimming pool? You ought to see Lake Michigan.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Oh, don't let Leonard upset you, Jack.
Florence, I told you about this guy 10 years ago, but you had to marry him. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
This is my sister and brother-in-law. They're going to stay with us a while. They'll be using the guest room.
The guest room?
Yes.
Where's our boy going to sleep?
Mr. Billingsley will have to sleep in the den. He's behind anyway. Now get the room ready.
Okay. Bears, ostriches, relatives. Doggone, if I didn't have this address on my stationery, I'd move.
And it's fancy stationery with a crest on it yet. Well, finish your dinner, everybody, and we'll play those games. Well, there's Andy at last. Come on in, Andy.
Hiya, Buck. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, Andy. Glad to see you. Merry Christmas. Gee, I hope you don't mind, Andy. We started to eat without you.
Oh, that's all right, Buck. I am.
Say, Andy, I want you to meet my sister and brother-in-law, Mr. and Mrs. Fenshaw.
Well, howdy, folks.
How do you do, Mr. Devine?
Hello, Andy. How are you fixed for wallpaper?
Leonard! This is no time for business. Well, Andy, what do you got in that package?
A Christmas present my mom knitted for you.
Your ma? Well, that's sweet. What is it?
It's a combination sock, sweater, and ear lap.
Sock, sweater, and ear laps? Well, how do you get into them?
I don't know, Buck. When Ma knits, she's nuts.
Oh, I guess you're right.
She knitted Pa a snood for his beard.
Well, that'll keep it up out of the soup. Now, sit down, Andy. Have a cup of coffee, anyway.
Okay, thanks. Say, Buck, before I forget it, did you hear Fred Allen Wednesday night?
No, I didn't, Andy. What did he say?
Sure ribbed you about that picture you two are going to make together.
What picture? I'm making one right now.
I heard him too, Jack. He's talking about your next picture. Didn't you know about it?
Oh, that's a lot of baloney.
No, it isn't, Jack. All the papers carried the story. It said that you and Fred Allen are going to do a picture together, and Mark Sandrich is directing it.
Mark Sandrich? Why, he's directing the one I'm making now.
Yes, and he's going to direct your next one with Fred Allen.
Oh, no, he isn't. I wouldn't make a tintype with that guy. Imagine me making a picture with Allen.
I would.
You keep out of it. I'm not worried either.
I don't know, Jackson. Allen's a pretty funny guy.
Oh, you're a great judge of comedy, Harris. How do you make a Venetian blind poke him in the eye? I heard you tell that one the other night. Anyway, I'm not doing any picture with Fred Allen.
What are you going to do about it, Jack?
I'll show you what I'm going to do. Mary, get me Mr. Sandrich on the phone. Crestview 15335.
Okay.
I'll tell him a thing or two.
You better take it easy, Jackson. Paramount's liable to throw you right out.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, he'll be back hanging paper with me again.
I only did that one summer when vaudeville was bad. I'm not worried.
Hello? Mr. Sandridge? Droopy wants to talk to you.
Don't be smart. Give me that phone. I'll show him who's making a picture with Allen. Hello, Mr. Sandwich. This is Jack Benny. Merry Christmas. Now, look. What's the story going around about my making a picture with Fred Allen? Well, I'm doing nothing of the kind. Now, look, Mr. Sandridge.
Good evening, Mr. Benny.
Oh, Mr. Billingsley, you'll sleep in the den until further notice.
Very well. Good night.
Good night. Now, look, Mr. Sandridge. not through with the picture I'm making now. And if you put Al into my next one, I'm walking out. I said I'm liable to walk out. You know.
Some movie star.
Leonard. Now, for the last time, Mr. Sanders, I'm not making a picture with that anemic baboon. Mr. Sanders. Now, look, Mr. Sanders. Now, look. 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 Look.
Life, pick, click, Saturday Evening Post.
Mary, please. Now, look, Mr. Sanders.
Ask if he needs any wallpaper.
Do you need any wallpaper? Oh, shut up, Leonard. Not you, that's my brother-in-law. Now, Mr. Sanders, my objection to making a picture with Alan is this. In the first place... Now, look, Mr.
Here
Sanders.
comes Trudy, boss.
Trudy, well, get her out of here. Now, in the first place, Mr. Sanders...
And Carmichael's after her.
Carmichael, separate him, Rochester. Now, in the first place, Mr. Sanders... In the first place, Carmichael, leave Trudy alone. Trudy, come back here. Rochester, do something. Trudy, Carmichael. Look, Mr. Sanders. My objection to making a picture with Fred Allen. Now, Mr. Sanders.
I'd like to offer you folks tonight what I think is an ideal Christmas menu. The first course is hospitality. And remember, it must be warm. The entree is a heaping platter of kindness, garnished with such tender herbs as charity and tolerance. And let the dessert be faith, a simple but sustaining dish with a rich sauce of happiness and contentment. Now, there's a grand menu with 3 big advantages. It costs nothing, it pleases everybody, and you can serve it every day in the year. May it always be yours to enjoy, especially during this happy holiday season. The makers of Jell-O extend to you their very best wishes and heartiest greetings for a joyous Yuletide, filled to the brim with fun, feasting, peace, good health, and good cheer. Ladies and gentlemen, Merry Christmas.
Last number of the 12th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So Merry Christmas to you all from the whole gang. Good night, everybody.
K-E-L-L-O.
Here's news. Every Tuesday night, the Aldrich family is on the air, starring Ezra Stone as Henry Aldrich, that lovable hard luck kid. Consult your local newspaper or radio guide for time and stations, and be sure to tune in on the Aldrich family next Tuesday night. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. That was Do I Love You, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in just a few short hours, we will welcome in the new year, 1940. So without further ado, we bring you a man who was once 19 and once 40, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny, who is rapidly closing in on Social Security talking. And, Don, you can go right ahead and kid about my age because I'm not the least bit sensitive. Remember that famous saying, Don, a man is just as old as he feels.
How do you feel, Jack?
Ooh, Johnny. But I'm only joking, Don. I'm one guy who welcomes every new year. It brings new life, new hope, new calendars. Boy, they sent me enough calendars this year to paper my living room.
Now, Jack, don't tell me you hung up all the calendars people sent you.
Why not, Don? They have gorgeous paintings on them. I got a honey from my tailor. It's a picture of a beautiful Italian girl sitting in a gondola with her reflection in the moonlit waters of the Grand Canal in Venice. Oh, it's a Lulu.
From your tailor, huh?
Yes, and right under the picture is this Italian girl's name, Pleaso Remito. That's the most artistic hint I ever got.
You think it'll work?
I doubt it. When they get subtle with me, I burn up. And say, Don, I got the cutest calendar from that little restaurant down the street where I eat once in a while.
Oh, you mean Ginsberg's Hanging Gardens?
That's it. Well, their calendar has a picture of the restaurant, and right under it is their new slogan, Ginsberg's Grill, where the matzo ball meets the soup. Isn't that original?
It certainly is. Hey, Jackson, did you get one of those calendars from the Wilshire Bowl?
No, Phil, I didn't.
You didn't get one with my picture on it?
Your picture on it?
Why, certainly, yeah, the one where I'm standing with a baton in my hand, leading a 75-piece Philharmonic Orchestra.
No, what's the title of it?
It can't happen here.
You said it. Phil, where did you ever have a picture taken with 75 musicians?
Ocean Park, they do it with mirrors.
I knew there was a trick to it. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Mary. Happy New Year.
What are y'all talking about?
Well, I was just telling Don and Phil about the calendars I got this year. Gee, I got them hanging in every room.
Did you tell them about the one you got from your life insurance company?
Oh, that silly thing. They got their nerve.
What was it, Mary?
Just a picture of a hand with two fingers crossed.
Hey, they aren't so worried. Say, I wonder who thinks up all those calendars.
They sent me a bunch of them, too. And, Jack, you ought to see the swell one I got from the May Company.
You got one from the May Company?
Yeah. There's a beautiful picture of the store, and right under it says, "Come back, all is forgiven."
Well, it's nice to know there's a job waiting for you just in case you get fresh tonight.
Well, I ought to get fresh after that Christmas present you sent me. A fine gift, a saucer.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. It might not look like much, but that saucer I gave you happens to be real pewter.
It certainly does.
Well, there's no use talking to you. You just don't know a genuine antique when you see it. That saucer came over on the Mayflower.
I believe you. Still had coffee in it from the Pilgrims.
Well, the Pilgrims made very good coffee, so stop complaining. Did you have a nice Christmas, Don?
Oh, yes, I did very well. In fact, I got some of the most beautiful presents I've ever seen.
You did? What'd you get, Don?
Well, I got some gold cufflinks, a moving picture camera, a camel's hair overcoat, a golf ball, and a diamond wristwatch.
Well.
Thanks for the golf ball, Jack.
You're welcome, Don. You do play golf, don't you?
No.
Oh, well. You really ought to take it up, Don. It's great exercise for a fellow like you, and there's so many beautiful courses around here.
That's fine. You give a guy one golf ball, and right away you want him to join a country club.
Well?
Why don't you give him a porthole and let him buy a yacht?
Mary, before you continue, remember the Maine, the Alamo, and the May Company. Anyway, Don, I'm sure glad Santa Claus is so nice to you.
Oh, yes, I'll never forget this Christmas.
I, too, had a joyous Yuletide.
Did you, Jazzbo? What did Santa have in his bag for you?
Well, besides that golf ball, thanks.
You're welcome.
Besides that, I got some neckties, a gold keychain, and a lovely cashier's sweater.
A what?
A cashier's sweater. You know, that soft, woolly stuff?
That's cashmere. Isn't that awful? Cashier's sweater. Well, so much for the presents. And now, Dennis, we're ready for a song. Now, how about it? Huh?
Oh, no dialogue, eh?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Dennis. Hey, really, I am sorry. You should have a little something to do here. Tell me, did you have a nice Christmas?
Yes, well.
That's good. Did you get a lot of presents?
Yeah, lots of them.
I see. Did you enjoy them?
I sure did.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. Fine.
Well, no laugh so far. Guess a better thing, eh?
That's a good idea. Go ahead, Dennis. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Did you get that calendar I sent you of Lady Godiva on a horse?
Yes, I did.
That was me with my hair down. Goodbye.
You ought to see him, folks. His head looks like a honeydew melon with ears. Sing, Dennis.
this hush of evening that trembles on the brink of a lovely storm. You are the angel glow that lights a star. The dearest things I know are what you are. Someday my happy arms will hold you, and someday I'll know that moment divine when all the things you are mine. If my heart could only find a voice, would you then be so willing? You are the angel glow that like a star. The dearest things I know are what you are. Someday my happy arms will hold you, and someday I'll know that moment divine when all the things you
That was All the Things You Are, sung by Dennis Day. And just think, Dennis, that's your last song this year. It's the last time we'll hear your voice in 1939.
Gee, time certainly flies, doesn't it?
I'll say it does. You know, Dennis, it seems like only yesterday I was your age. Only yesterday I was 19.
And the day before yesterday, Washington crossed the Delaware.
Mary, I'm talking to Dennis. Wouldn't hurt if we had a little bit of sentiment this evening. As I was saying, Dennis, 1939 is soon coming to an end. In just a few more hours, the old year will pass right out.
And I won't be far behind.
Last year, you won by 8 lengths. Well, I suppose all you guys are going to celebrate tonight, make whoopee and everything. Are you stepping out tonight, Don?
Yeah, I'm going over to the Florentine Gardens and see Sally Rand do her fan dance.
Why, Don, you're blushing already. How about you, Mary? Where are you going?
I'm going over to Ginger Rogers' house. She's having a whole mob of people over, but she told me not to tell you, so forget it.
Well, I know why. She's sore on account of those Christmas cards I sold her.
What's the matter with her cards, Jack?
I told Rochester just to print Ginger Rogers on them, and he underlined the gin. He has to get so fancy, you know.
Well, Jack, I see you've got your tuxedo on. What are you going to do tonight?
Me? Oh, I've got a date down with my girlfriend. And we're stepping out, high, wide, and handsome.
I'll bet.
Well, we are. I'm going out with Gladys tonight. I got a big roll of bills, and I'm going to shoot the works.
What's that bulge in your hip pocket?
That's my dime bank. If necessary, I'm going to crack that open. Gladys and I are going to town.
Well, Jack, as long as you've got a heavy date, you ought to have another tuxedo. That one looks awful with those moth holes on the shoulders.
Oh, it's New Year's Eve, and they throw a little confetti on me. Who'll see him? Gladys won't mind.
Oh, boy, am I going to have fun tonight.
You are, Dennis?
Yeah, I'm taking my girl to a midnight show. Wow!
Well, what's so thrilling about that?
We aren't going to watch the picture.
Oh, yes. Those were the days. Well, anyway, fellas, I'm going to have to leave early tonight, so before I go...
Hey, Jackson, who is this Dame Gladys? Is she in the movies?
No, but she could be. She tested for the part of Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind.
Who didn't?
You didn't.
Take that back, Doc, or I'll horsewhip you.
Sorry, ma'am. May I offer my humble apologies?
Rastus, come here. There's a weevil in my jeweler.
All right. right, Phil. We've gone far enough.
No, we haven't, Colonel. Ladies and gentlemen, next time you're in the mood for a little old tempting dessert, why don't you run down to that little old grocery store and ask him for a little old package of Jell-O? It comes in 6 little old flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and little old lime. Sure enough.
That's very good, Colonel Wilson. Powerful good.
Hey, Mr. Benny, what's the big idea?
It's payday, and we're all going to get Confederate money.
Well, I suppose that pays. Anyway, fellas, getting back to wherever we were, as I was saying, I've got a date, so I have to leave pretty soon. But before I go, I want to tell you all to be here early next Sunday because we're going to do a very important play.
What's it going to be, Jack?
We're going to present our version of William Pearlberg's outstanding Columbia film production. That sensational stage hit and screen masterpiece. That dramatic cinema achievement, Golden Boy. Thank you, Goldie. So remember, fellas, be here on time next week, as this is a long play.
Don't worry.
Well, I'm going to run along now. Can't keep Gladys waiting. Take over the show, will you, fellas?
Sure, Jack. We'll carry on. Say, did you hear this one, folks? I call my girl Grapefruit because every time I squeeze her, she hits me in the eye.
Squeeze me, Phil. I'll hit you in both of them. Now I am leaving.
Oh, don't go yet, Jack. I want you to hear my New Year's poem.
You can read it later, Mary. I haven't time now. Oh, just when I'm in a hurry. Come in.
Hiya, Buck! Happy New Year, everybody!
Andy, if you'd have been a second later, you'd have missed me. I was just leaving. I'm going to have a big night tonight.
Me too, Buck. I'm taking Ma and Pa over at the Wilshire Bowl.
Oh, over to Phil's place, eh? So you're selling a little dough on the old folks.
Oh, it won't cost me nothing. Pa writes all of Phil's material.
Well, I knew it wasn't Alexander Wilcox. So you're taking Ma and Pa to the Wilshire Bowl, eh? Are they going formal?
Yeah, you ought to see Pa. Top hat, white tie, and jug.
Well, taking a jug of corn to Harris's place, eh? That's like carrying coals to Newcastle. Well, I bet you have fun at that. Is your Ma going to wear an evening gown, Andy?
I think so. She just had her tattoo retouched.
Oh, yes. That anchor on her arm was starting to fade. Come to think of it.
Well, I got to run along now, Buck. Happy New Year, everybody!
Wait a minute, Andy. I'm leaving right away. I'll walk downstairs with you. See who it is, will you, Mary?
I got it. Hello? Yes, he's here. Oh, Jack, it's for you. It's Gladys.
Gladys? Give me that phone. You better run along, Andy. See you later.
Okay, Buck.
Hello, Gladys. Yeah, this is Speedy. I'm coming right over. What? You can't go? But Gladys, I got my tuxedo on. Yeah, I got reservations and everything. Gee.
Tell her about your dime bank.
Quiet. Now, look, Gladys. Well, of course I believe you, but gee, it's New Year's Eve. You gotta go. Oh, gee whiz, Gladys. Won't you change your mind?
Of course I will.
Thanks. Mary, stay out of it. Now, look, Gladys, isn't there some way you can make it? But, honey, I got 2 tickets for dinner. I'll be so stuffed I can't walk. Well, all right. All right, so long then. See you next week, Gladys. Goodbye. Fine thing. Well, what are you all staring at? Gladys had a very good excuse. And she's nuts about me, too. Well, she is.
Well, don't take it so hard, Jackson. Come on out with me tonight. I'll get you a date.
No, thanks. I don't feel like going anyplace.
Oh, come on with us, Jack. We'll have a lot of fun.
No, Don, thanks just the same. I'm going to drop over at Ginsburg's, have a cup of coffee, and then go home. Well, look after the show, Don. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Jack.
So long.
Gee, I wish Jack had waited and gone along with us.
Yeah, no fun being alone on New Year's Eve.
I'll say it isn't.
Pardon me, fellas, I forgot my cane. Here it is. Well, so long. New Year's Eve, and I got to go home. Oh, well, it's just like finding the money. Happy New Year, Mike.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny, and a Happy New Year to you, too. Is your program over?
No, Mike, I just left early.
Oh, Stepanote.
No, I'm just going over to Ginsburg's, have a cup of coffee, and then home.
Well,
Good night.
Good night, sir. Good night. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, thanks very much for that golf ball.
That's all right. So long, Mike. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, sir.
Well, everybody's sure having a good time tonight.
Happy New Year, mister. Yippee!
Happy New Year.
Where'd you get that derby?
Ow. Hey, cut that out. A brand new hat, too. Boy, what a crowd. Well, here's Ginsburg. Hello, Sam.
Happy New Year, Mr. Benny. Did you got my calendar?
Yes, I did, Sam. I liked it better than last year.
It's nothing fancy, and still it's for nothing, you know?
Yes, it's lovely, Sam.
Are you all alone tonight?
Yep, just dropped in for a cup of coffee.
With a tuxedo on, it's 5 cents extra.
All right, I'll pay it.
Yeah, but with that tuxedo, let it go.
All right, Sam. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Coffee, please.
Would you like a sandwich or some toast with it?
No, thanks, just coffee.
Want a little cream with it?
No, just some black coffee.
Gee, I'm sorry about that.
That's all right, Gladys. That's all right. Forget it.
But honest, Jack, Mamie promised she'd work for me tonight.
Mamie. All the time it's Mamie. Couldn't have let me know before the last minute.
I'm sorry, Speedy.
Well, see, you're wearing my corsage on that uniform yet. Forget about the coffee. I'm going home.
I'll be through at 3 o'clock.
At 3 o'clock, I'll be snoring. Goodbye.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it, here's your golf ball back.
Keep it. She always blames everything on Mamie. It's always Mamie's fault. Hey, taxi! Taxi! This is the house on your left, Joe.
Okay.
What does the meter say?
$1.10.
Well, here's $2. It's all yours.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Benny.
You're welcome.
Say, you sure you won't change your mind to go out with me and Mamie?
No, thanks, Joe. Some other night. Good night.
Good night.
I should go out on a party with Mamie after what she did to me. Fine New Year's Eve. Well, I guess I'll turn in.
Is that you, Josephine?
What?
Uh-oh. Happy New Year, boss.
Happy New Year. Rochester, I thought you were going out tonight and celebrate.
No hurry, boss.
Oh.
On Central Avenue, Father Time lingers till we get rolling.
I see. Well, I'm going upstairs and go to bed.
Why don't you sit in the library? It's nice and cozy there with the fireplace and everything.
I guess I will at that. Say, where's my sister and brother-in-law, Mr. Penchel?
Your sister, your brother-in-law, and your full-dress suit are out for the evening.
I wish Leonard would stay out of my clothes closet. Where's our boarder, Mr. Billingsley?
He ain't come home yet.
Gee, that fire looks good. I'm going to sit down in this easy chair and relax.
Do you want your bedroom slippers?
Yes, Rochester. Take them off. Bring me a glass of milk, will you?
Milk? Wouldn't you like something a little stronger tonight, boss?
No, Rochester.
I got a bottle of champagne right here. Can I pour you a glass?
No, Rochester.
Don't you want just one little sip?
No, I don't want one little sip.
Well, can I even wave the cork under your nose?
No, all I want is a glass of milk. Well, Rochester, in just a few hours, it'll be 1940. A brand new year.
It ain't getting off to a very good start, is it?
No, it isn't. With all this quarreling and fighting that's going on in the world.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yep. You know, Rochester, what this world needs is more peace, more brotherly love.
Boss, what this world needs is a few less people who are making less people.
You said it. Throw another log in the fire, Rochester, will you?
Okay.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Happy New Year.
Same to you. Want to sit down for a few minutes?
No, thanks. Think I'll turn in. Yeah, good night.
Good night. He's an awfully nice fellow, but I wish he wouldn't walk on his hands all the time. Rochester, turn on the radio. I want to hear how our program is getting along.
It's over, ain't it?
Not yet.
So Happy New Year, Happy New Year. That is our wish. Oh, yes, indeed. From me and Don and Phil and Dennis and good old Jack. Are you listening, Speedy?
Yes, I'm listening.
Goodbye, goodbye, old 39. Here's good luck to all mankind. So Happy New Year once again. Good night, dear folks. This is the end.
Gee, I wish I'd have heard the start of that. Turn it off, Rochester.
Okay.
Well, I think I'll get to bed.
Ain't you going to stay up and welcome the New Year in?
No, I'm tired. Good night.
Good night. Say, boss, I ain't going to get to bed till early in the morning. Do you mind if I sleep late?
How late do you want to sleep?
Till about Thursday.
All right, have a good time. Good night, Rochester.
Good night.
Ya-da-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, bum-bum-bum-dee-da-dum, bum. Hey, Rochester!
What do you want, boss?
Will you please call up Ginsberg's restaurant? I left my cane there.
Okay.
Good night, Rochester. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, boss. Happy New Year.
From Hollywood, the Phil Harris Dallas Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. With food prices as high as they are, most housewives are faced with a shortage in their household money. As we look in the Harris home, Alice is discussing the problem with Phil.
Phil, will you please listen to me? You don't even know what I said.
Huh? What? What'd you say again? Oh, I know. You said that you were,
No. I said I'm having trouble with my budget. I've tried every way, but I just can't reduce my expenditures.
So what? A lot of women have big hips. What if you do waddle a little when you walk? Good Lord. That's cute.
I'm talking about my food budget. Prices are so high. I need more money for my household expenses.
Now, prices aren't high. You can go into any market and get butter for 22 cents a pound. And eggs are 24 cents a dozen, bread is 5 cents a loaf, and coffee is 25 cents a pound.
When's the last time you went shopping, Wendell?
My mother used to send me to the store all the time when I was 12 years old.
No wonder. Everything was cheaper in the gay 90s. Do you know that today butter is about 79 cents a pound? Eggs are 60 cents a dozen. Bread is 23 cents a loaf. And Yummy yogurt is 34 cents a pint.
Yummy raised his yogurt that much? He can't do that. What are the boys in my band going to take their baths in?
That isn't all, Philip. Prices on everything have gone up, including the basic essentials. Why, do you know that last week the price got so high, I had to give up snuff?
Oh, poor Willie. You are indeed a hardship case.
Don't laugh, Philip. I miss my snuff. Now I have nothing to sniff.
Have you ever tried chloroform? Alice, the trouble with you is that, well, you don't know how to shop.
Well, if you think you can do better, I'll give you the budget money and you go out and buy the food for the week.
Okay.
But remember, you won't eat anything but the best steaks and rib roasts and chops.
And I'll get all of that. Just give me some money.
All right. How much do you want?
Well, now, let me see. 4 people for a week, 3 meals a day. Give me $10.
$10?
Don't worry, I'll bring back the change.
You're going to buy a week's supply of food for less than $10?
Yeah.
I've been using snuff. What have you been on, Clyde?
It's doing pretty good for you. I might start on snuff. No, William, women always think they're so smart. They don't know what they're doing half of the time.
The only time I didn't know what I was doing was when I married you.
Oh, yeah?
What an ad-lib!
Well, now you're just ridiculing my dialogue. Well, I don't have to stand here and be the target of your cruel barbs. I'm going up to my room and pout. I may even sob a little.
I don't care what you do. If you want to sob, go ahead and sob, because I'm getting tired of listening to this.
Please don't fight. I can't stand these family altercations.
Well, don't tell us what to do. If I want to fight... Wait a minute, that's the bell. I'll get that.
Hiya, Curly.
Well, hello, Remley.
What's the matter with you?
Alice and me just had an alteration.
You mean you had your faces lifted again?
No. Trying to tell you, Alice and me had a little beef.
Well, I'm sorry I missed it. I love a good fist fight.
We didn't use our fists.
Bowie knives?
Look, Frank, would you please
You ought to be ashamed of yourself fighting with your wife, biting the hand that feeds you.
I didn't bite her either.
I didn't say you bit her either. I said you bit her hand. Now tell me, what was this bloody brawl all about?
All right, Remley, all right. She wanted to have more money for the house, and I wouldn't give it to her.
How much you want?
Well, she says it costs her more than $35 a week just for food.
Well, that blonde babe's trying to take you. $35 just for food? That's ridiculous. I better straighten her out. I'll talk to her and...
Hello, Frankie.
She's here, Remley. Start talking.
Alice, how much does Curly give you a week for food?
$35.
A cheapskate. Curly, you ought to be ashamed of yourself starving this little girl.
Tilt! Remley, what are you trying to do? First you agree with me, then you agree with her. Whose side do you on?
Nobody's side. I'm just trying to start something.
All right. Now, be serious a minute, Frank. Don't you think that $35 a week is too much money for food?
Yes, it is. But don't blame Alice, Curly. After all, she has to shop in this neighborhood, and it's very expensive. Why don't you come down to my neighborhood?
No, thanks. I'm not in the mood to be rolled today.
Curly, please, there's nothing wrong with my neighborhood. I'm proud to be a resident of Skid Row Heights. If you do your marketing in my section, you can eat for 1/5 the price. Of course, you may not live as long, but say like that.
That's what I say.
Sure.
I keep saying it. The market that Alice has been shopping in is much too expensive.
Curly, why don't you come with me? I know a market where I do my shopping and you can get a week's supply of food for $5.
Well, then lead me to it.
Oh, this I gotta see. I'm going along with you boys. That's if you don't mind.
No. Come along, and watch me, and you might learn something about shopping.
Okay. And if you listen to me, you might learn something, too.
About what?
About singing.
I know at times it's tough to get into a song, but this is ridiculous.
I hear singing and there's no one there. I smell blossoms and the trees are bare. All day long I seem to walk on air. I wonder why. I wonder why. I keep tossing in my sleep at night. And what's more, I've lost my appetite. Stars that used to twinkle in the skies are twinkling in my eyes. I wonder why.
You don't need analyzing. It is not so surprising that you feel very strange but nice. Your heart goes pitter-patter. We know just what's the matter because we've been there once or twice. Put your head on our shoulder. You need someone who's older, or rub down with a velvet glove. There is nothing you can take to relieve that pleasant ache. You're not sick, you're just in love. You don't need
singing and there's no one there. I smell blossoms and the trees are bare. All day long I seem to walk on air. I wonder why. I wonder why. I'm tossing in my sleep at night. And what's more, I lost my appetite. Stars that you can twinkle in the skies are twinkling in my eyes. I wonder why. We're just in love.
Well, here's where I live, Curly.
I love the dear hearts and gentle people who live in your hometown. Hey, Remley, what kind of a neighborhood is this?
What's the matter with it?
Well, I just parked my car and already all 4 tires are gone.
Oh, there must be some mistake. You sure you had tires when you drove down here?
Certainly I had tires. What a place. It isn't even safe to walk around this neighborhood.
Walking's all right. I've been walking around here for years and nothing ever happened to...
What's the matter?
Somebody stole my shoes.
Silly, you weren't wearing any.
Frankie, where is this market of yours?
It's right here.
Oh, yeah, honey, there it is. Right there. Look at the sign. Oh, yeah. Joe's Supermarket. Imported delicacies and reclaimed food emporium. Reclaimed food?
They have some Army surplus stuff.
I must admit it's a nice-looking market. You've been shopping here long?
Oh, yeah. I've been buying all my food here for the past 3 years.
Hey, look. I see they have a liquor department right near the entrance.
They have? Funny, I never noticed it before. I had no occasion to.
Hello, Mr. Remley.
Oh. Hiya, Joe.
Have you come in to buy the usual food for your dinner?
Yeah, huh?
What'll you have tonight? Bird's Eye Bourbon or Minute Maid Scotch?
Please, Joe. My friends here would like to buy some of your food, and I'm going to show them your food department.
Are you kidding? You wouldn't know the food department if you fell over it.
Hey, look, Joe, Remley tells me that you have some great food here.
Ooh, Why, some of our food is good enough to eat. And our prices are the lowest in town.
Well, that's just dandy. Look, how about your meats? How much do you get per pound for the best cut steaks?
50 cents.
50 cents? I pay $1.70.
You see. I told you didn't know how to shop. Look, Joe, I'll take 10 pounds of that.
10 pounds of what?
That best cut steak for 50 cents a pound.
Oh, I haven't had that for 12 years. But I've got some second cut steak. I can let you have that.
Okay, how much is it?
$1.70 a pound.
How come the second cut costs more than the first cut?
Because the second cut I got.
Yeah, but look, you got a lot of nerve charging $1.70 for steak.
Well, I can't help it if prices are high. They keep going up every minute.
I know, but $1.70.
$1.80.
You didn't even wait a minute for that one. $1.80 is...
$1.90.
$1.80 is $1.90.
Whoops! There it goes to $2.
Now, look, Joe, you can't keep charging more. It's against the law. The prices have been frozen.
Well, I got a hot cash register. It thaws them out.
Look, the prices are too high. I want to see something cheaper.
Well, why didn't you say so? I've got just what you want. Step over to the condemned meat department.
Okay, I've heard enough. Let's get out of here. Come on, Frank. I can't...
Well, Phil, I hope you're satisfied. Do you admit you can't do better?
No, and I'm not giving up yet.
Well, I am. You'll never get it any cheaper any place. I'm going back to my market and do the shopping. See you at home, boys.
Okay. Fine thing. Look, Remley, there must be some place where I can buy meat cheaper because you can't... Hey, wait a minute. Hey, why don't I buy it wholesale?
There's only one trouble, Curly. A wholesaler won't sell it to you unless you buy a lot.
To the average person, yeah. But I just happen to be a big shot. They'll sell me whatever I ask for. Now, come on, we'll go over to a wholesale house and get a few things that I want, just enough meat to last a week. Come on. Now, you see, Remley? I told you I could get it wholesale. If you know how to handle people, you can get anything you want.
Yeah. Tell me something, Curly. What are you going to do with 2 tons of ground round?
Oh, it'll go pretty fast the way Alice eats. You see, Remley, nothing is wasted in my house. Alice will eat as much as she can, and the rest she'll use to stuff the sofa.
I never saw so much hamburger.
Well, it's not so much. It's only 1 truckload.
Yeah, but how about the other truckload? The one that has the 400 pounds of steak, 600 pounds of ham hocks, 800 pounds of liver, and 3 miles of link sausage. Curly, where are you going to keep all that meat?
We got a big cedar closet at home.
You can't keep it in a closet. You have to get one of those big walk-in freezers like they have in butcher shops.
Yeah, I understand that, but aren't they very expensive?
Not if you know where to get one. I happen to know a guy.
No. But the friend of yours, forget about him. I ain't buying no hot freezer.
But Curly...
9. Now, look, we'll go look at the classified phone book and find where they sell commercial freezers. This time, I'm going to a legitimate dealer, if you don't mind.
All right, okay. Have it your own way.
This will show Alice that I can do a lot of things better than she can. I know how to shop, I know how to drive a bargain, and I know how to sing baritone.
If you think I'm going to ask you why you mentioned that last one, you're crazy.
Ask her not. I shall proceed to show you. Music, please. Possibilities, possibilities. We're living in a world that's full of possibilities. Ain't no miracle too impossible for anyone who sees the possibilities. If you recall your history, then you will find that all its famous men turned out to be the kind of men who never stopped to look behind. They looked ahead to see what they could see, and they saw possibilities, possibilities. They never overlooked a single possibility. Proven naturally, opportunity is for the one who sees the possibilities. Each time you try to solve a new phenomenon, the skeptics say it's just a dream, I know. But after you're a hero and the job is done, then you can tell them all I told you so. Yes, there are possibilities, possibilities. If you will only make the most of your facilities, folks will idolize, even eulogize the little guy that sees the possibilities. When Christopher Columbus proved the world was round, he met Queen Isabel on his return. She said, now tell me, Chris, about this place you found. He said, well, Belle, as far as I'm concerned, it's sure got possibilities, possibilities. I tell you, Queen, I've never seen such possibilities. And I really feel you should make a deal before somebody sees its possibilities. When little Abe was growing up in Illinois, to be a big success was his intent. He studied so much harder than the other boys, till one day he became their president. He saw the possibilities, possibilities. He always made the most of his facilities. Proven naturally, opportunity is for the one who sees the possibilities. I guess by now there ain't no doubt about the point I'm bringing out. So if you'll open up your eyes, you are bound to recognize the possibilities, possibilities. We're living in a world that's full of possibilities. Ain't no miracle too impossible for anyone who sees the possibilities. Well, here we are, Remley. The Wages and Prices Freezer Company.
Hey, Curly, are you sure this is the same place that was advertised in the classified phone book?
Yeah, they had a great big ad. Some guy by the name of Harry had it in there. I don't know, but it says, I really hope that I can get all I want here because, look, Remley, I need a big, roomy walk-in freezer.
You've come to the right place, Harris.
What a coincidence. This is the guy I was going to take you to, Curly.
Hey, Remley, did you slip me a loaded telephone book? Hey, Grogan, now what are you doing here?
I own the joint. I took it over from the guy who used to own it.
Oh, well, I'm glad that you finally got into an honest business. You acquired this place legitimately, of course?
Well, naturally. I made a very shrewd deal. I got the place for practically nothing.
What'd you give the guy?
24 hours to get out of town.
Oh, Grogy. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, scaring the man into giving you his business.
I didn't scare him. I was a perfect gentleman. Walked in at the man's office. I said, I'd like to have your business. So he said, take.
And then you put on your gun and signed the contract, huh?
Please, Harris, you know that it's against the law to carry a gun. Being a law-abiding citizen, I wouldn't have one on me.
Well, then how come this guy gave you his business for nothing?
He was sensitive. Couldn't stand those hot cigarette butts against his bare feet. Now then, Harris, just what is it that you want?
I want to go to another place.
Oh, Curly, you're too squeamish. Let's look at some of Grogan's freezers. Maybe he has some good merchandise.
How could he? A guy like Grogan don't know nothing about no freezers.
Get him. Don't know nothing about freezers. Says I don't know nothing about freezers. Me, who spent time in some of the best coolers in the country. Now, do you want to look at a freezer or don't you?
All right, as long as we're here, we might as well see what you got. Hey, but Grogan, remember, I want the latest model made.
Well, that's all I carry. For example, just look at this machine here. Now, this is the newest thing on the market. This is self-defrosting. It's in perfect condition, and I defy you to find a flaw on that refrigerator.
It hasn't got a door on it.
That's how it defrosts itself. What's the matter with this guy, Remley? He's stupid or something?
All right, Grogan. Look, I don't think that... You You haven't got what I want. I'm going to leave and see if I can...
Stay where you are. What do you think this is, Saks Fifth Avenue, where you can walk out without buying something? You came in to buy a freezer, you ain't leaving till you get one.
Did you ever work for a used car lot? Look, Brogan, I'll buy a freezer if I see what I want, but I want a modern one. And if it's not asking too much, can I please have one with a door?
Well, I got just what you were looking for, because here is a freezer that is the very latest thing in refrigeration. Just look at the lines on that box. Just look at them solid doors.
That looks good to me, Curly. How cold's this freezer get, Grogan?
Depends how many pounds of ice you put in.
Look, you see, Remley, that's an old-fashioned box. I want a modern freezer, Grogan, a big one that you walk into.
Well, why don't you say so? How about that one over there?
Where? Oh, well, then, now you're talking. That's just what I've been looking for. Are you sure it's the latest thing?
Well, of course, yeah, certainly. It's got the newest deep freeze unit. It's got separate food compartments. It's got a light in it that goes on when you open the door. Watch how it works.
Hey, that light works good. Hey, Grogan, I like the looks of this machine. Can I take it home on trial?
Yeah, sure. Go on. Take it home. Try it. If you don't like it, try and return it.
That's fair enough. Look, I'll buy it, Grog, but look, I want it sent over to my house as soon as possible.
It'll be there before you get home.
All right, thanks, Grog. Come on, Remley. Let's
Yeah,
go.
all right.
Hey, that's a good machine. I could tell by the way that light went on when he opened the door. Did you see it go on?
Hey, Max.
What?
The sucker bought the machine. You can blow out the candle in there now.
Hey, Ram, do you suppose they delivered those 2 truckloads of meat yet?
We'll find out as soon as we get in your house.
Yeah. I bet Alice will be surprised when she
Bill
finds...
Harris, what have you done now?
The meat's been delivered, Curly.
Hey, is that right, Alice? Did the boy bring the meat I bought?
Boy, it took 8 men 4 hours to unload it.
Oh? Where you got the meat? Is it in the kitchen?
In the kitchen, the living room, 2 bedrooms, the bathroom, the closet, the cellar,
All
the
right,
attic.
all right. You're exaggerating.
I am, huh? I had to call somebody over here to help me stack it.
Who'd you call?
I'll give you 3 guesses, Max.
Hey, Julius. Hey, Julius, where are you, kid?
Right here behind this pile of loose liver.
Julius?
You better give me some more ashes. I keep slipping.
Bill, why did you buy all this meat? Have you gone crazy?
What do you mean crazy? A guy buys a measly 5,000 pounds of meat and right away there's something wrong with him.
Oh, you and Frankie do the darndest things. Now, where are you going to keep all this meat?
All right, just calm down. I've thought of that. I bought a big walk-in freezer and it's being delivered today.
Is that what that big cabinet is that just came? Gee, I'm disappointed.
Why?
I thought it was a gas chamber for you and Mr. Remley.
Well, as long as you bought a freezer, start putting the meat in it. And do it fast. I'm going...
All right, honey, all right, we'll do it. Come on, Remley, let's get busy.
No, wait a minute, Curly. Before we do anything, we better test the freezer and see if it's working properly. Otherwise, the meat will spoil.
I know that, but we have to put some meat in there to see if it's working, right?
I know. But, why waste good meat when we got Julius? Let's put him in first.
Yeah. If it ain't working, we got nothing to lose. He's half spoiled anyway. Ain't gonna work. How are we gonna get him in there?
Yeah, you leave it to me, Glenn. Oh, Julius!
What is it, Mr. Remley?
I want you to do something for me.
You can save your breath. I overheard your whole crummy plan.
You're going in there anyway. Grab him, Frankie. Throw him in that freezer. Come on, kid. Come on in there. Get in there. All right. Shove him in there. Shove him. Right. There, he's in there. Now, you put the plug in, Remley, while I put the control on.
Plug's in, Curly.
Now, let me see. The control says low, medium, and high. What do we give him?
The full treatment. Quick freeze him.
Yeah. It'd be cruel to let him linger, huh? Here we go.
What's that hissing?
That's the cold air meeting his hot little body. Hey, how are we going to know if this thing's working or not?
Yeah, you keep your eye on Julius. If he turns blue, we'll know.
Yeah. Hey, Frankie, look. It's working. The wind is starting to frost up.
Yeah, look at Julius. He's taking his clothes off.
He's taking his clothes off in a freezer? Hey, Frankie, you better get him out of there. That cold's affecting his brain.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Julius, you okay, kid?
What's the matter with you guys? You off your rockers or something? Why don't you cook me little goose? Why don't got roasted in there?
How can you get roasted in a freezer?
This ain't no freezer.
What are you talking about? I bought it from I.J. Grogan, and I know what I bought.
Curly.
When it comes to freezers, I know more than anybody else.
Curly.
I know that... What do you want?
You may know what you're doing, but did you see the sign on the inside of your freezer?
What sign?
The one that says this steam room is the property of the YMCA.
Folks, this is Phil again. It's not too late to join the March of Dimes. The little victims of polio have 2 strikes against them, but they're fighting hard. Don't let them strike out. Send your dimes and dollars to your local March of Dimes headquarters. Now hurry up and say goodnight, Alice, so I can listen to Hedda Hopper's program.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you.
This program was produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Included in today's cast were Sheldon Leonard and Frank Nelson. The part of Frankie Remley was played by Elliot Lewis, and Julius was played by Walter Tetley.
Now enjoy Hedda Hopper, then it's Gary Cooper on Theater Guild on NBC.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America as requested by you, the servicemen and women of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay there, gang. Time to rustle the rump around the rostrum and reel in some ribald raucuses in answer to your request to Command Performance, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Incidentally, this month marks the 5,000th hour of broadcasting from the AES at Tehran in the Persian Gulf Command. And in honor of them, Command Performance has selected as your mistress of ceremonies on this particular stanza the lovely star of Universal Pictures, Deanna Durbin.
Thank you, Don Wilson, and hi, fellas.
Pardon me, Deanna.
What is it, Don?
Well, Deanna, I hate to bother you, but something has just come up, and I think you ought to know about it.
Really?
Yes, you know, Jack Benny's on the program tonight.
Yes, but not till later in the show.
Well, he didn't understand it that way. You see, he's been a master of ceremonies so long, he assumed he was going to run things tonight.
Oh. Well, where's Jack now?
Well, he's backstage mumbling to himself and writing down with Deanna Durbin on all the dressing room doors.
Oh, I'm sorry Jack is so upset.
But I'm sure that you can straighten things out, Deanna. And when he comes in, be diplomatic, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Here he comes now.
I must be tactful.
Yes.
Gentlemen of the AEF, meet the great comedian who has entertained you in person in almost every theater of operations, Jack Benny.
Thanks, folks. Hi, fellas.
Welcome to Command Performance, Jack.
Thanks, you little sneak.
Now, Jack, you shouldn't feel like that. I was called upon to be mistress of ceremonies here tonight, and just because you misunderstood and thought you were going to take charge, there's no reason for any hard feelings.
It isn't, huh?
No, I realize that you're one of the world's greatest MCs.
You do, huh?
Yes. And I also realize that you've just returned from an extensive tour of our bases in the South Pacific.
And they loved me in New Guinea.
Well, I understand that they loved you everywhere. But I should think that after a trip like that and with all that work, you must be awfully tired.
Oh, I am. I'm exhausted.
Then why don't you go over in the corner and sit down?
Now, just a minute. I'm not that weak, young lady. Besides, if you think I came all the way down here just to sit in the corner, you've got another thing coming. Tell you, I don't know what's happening to all the young girls nowadays.
Well, naturally, you don't get around them much.
Now, listen, Deanna, topping me will get you nowhere. If you want to be mistress of ceremonies, run the show. It's all yours, Miss Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. As you know, on these command performances, we aim to answer all the mail that comes our way. One of the names we come across over and over again is Martha Tilton. And since her recent tour to the South Pacific, that mail has really piled up. So now...
You see, the mail has really piled up. I mean, there's no clearness there.
Jack, please.
You need vaudeville training to introduce people right.
All right, Jack. I'm willing to learn. How would you make the introduction?
Well, I'd try to use a little ingenuity. I'd say something like, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. That's not even the joke yet. I stopped in at the drugstore, and there was a girl playing the pinball machine. And she would have won except for one thing.
What was that, Jack?
She was Tilton. Martha Tilton. Applause! There's an introduction. Don't you think so, Deanna?
Well, you could never throw your brain out of joint thinking of it, but it was all right.
I thought it was dynamite. How about you, Martha?
Well...
Now, there's a girl who knows. Gee, Martha, you're looking swell.
Well, thanks, Jack.
You know, I haven't seen you since we both got back from the South Pacific. What's the good word?
It's still no.
Find out what Martha's going to sing. I'm getting nowhere.
Okay, Jack. What's for the boys, Martha?
Lots of requests for I Walk Alone, Deanna. I walk alone because to tell you the truth, I'll be lonely. I don't mind being lonely when my heart tells me you are lonely too. I walk alone, they ask me why, and I tell them I'd rather. There are dreams I must gather, dreams we fashioned the night you held me tight. I'll always be near you wherever you are each night. In every prayer, if you call, I'll hear you. No matter how far, just close your eyes and I'll be there. Please walk alone and send your love and your kisses to guide me. Till you're walking beside me, I'll walk alone. and I'll tell them I'd rather. Their dreams are much together, dreams we fashioned the night you held me tight. I'll always be with you, no matter how far each night. In every prayer, if you call, I'll hear you. No matter how far, just close your eyes and I'll be there. Please walk alone and send your love and your kisses to guide me till you're walking beside me. I'll walk alone. I'll walk
I'd like to present to you now, and I do hope this introduction meets with Mr. Benny's approval, one of the finest instrumentalists and band leaders in the country. You know, folks, I was afraid I was going to be late tonight.
Why, Deanna?
Because when I got here, I couldn't open the door, see? Tommy Dorsey, fellas.
Thanks, Deanna.
Tommy, I'd like to explain that introduction. You see, it comes from the Jack Benny School of Comedy.
Jack Benny? I remember him. He used to be a very funny guy. I'm still funny, Junior. Oh, hello, Jack. What are you doing here? Up to now, nothing. What are you doing here, Tommy? Oh, I'm going to take some and leave some with the boys.
That's right. The fellows overseas have sent in lots of requests for an all-American jam session.
Good idea.
So we've invited the best in the West to beat it out.
In addition to Tommy Dorsey, we have Count Basie at the piano, Buddy Rich at the drums, Illinois Jack Cat on the tenor sax, Lionel Hampton on the vibes, Artie Shaw on the clarinet, Sergeant Ed McKinney on the bass, Sergeant Ziggy Elman on the trumpet, and Les Paul on the guitar.
Come on, boys, let's go. That's all right if you want loud stuff. Fellas, let's give Ida sweet as apple cider.
And now, fellas.
Quiet. Get this. Boy, am I hot. I got it, haven't I? I don't know where to put it.
Thank you, Guy Lombardo.
Now cut that out. Listen, Deanna, I don't mind a little kidding, but when I play a beautiful violin solo, give me the credit for it. Nobody else.
Well, Jack, I was just trying to have a little fun. Be clever, like you said.
There's nothing funny about my music, Deanna.
Oh, Jack, calm down. Calm down.
Calm down.
If you and Deanna have a difference of opinion, settle it. But stop bickering.
Settle it? How can I hit a woman?
You don't have to hit anybody.
Well, I'm not the kind of a guy that settles things with words. I'm a two-fisted guy.
What's come over you?
You want to know something, Don? I beat up Jimmy Cagney on the way to the studio tonight, and he's plenty tough.
You beat up Cagney?
Look, gentlemen, are we going to get on with the show, or are we going to stand here and listen to Mr. Benny slap his gray chops?
Oh, if you were only Cagney.
Jack, stop dreaming. You wouldn't sneeze if Jimmy Cagney threw a handful of pepper in your face.
No, I wouldn't, eh? Well, it just so happens that on the way down here tonight, Cagney bumped into my car, and that's all I needed, brother.
Still sounds fantastic.
That's all. I'll tell you what. Ginger Rogers was driving along. She saw the accident. You call her up tomorrow and ask her. She'll tell you how tough I was.
Well, we don't have to wait to call her tomorrow, Jack. It so happens she's standing in the wings right now. Come on out, Ginger.
Hello, Deanna.
Hello, Ginger.
Trouble with this show, everybody's on it.
Why, hello, Jack. What are you doing here?
What are you doing here? Cheapers.
Oh, Ginger, Jack was just telling us that you were a witness to a little accident. What happened?
Oh, it's not important. I'm not suing Cagney or anything. Let's forget about it.
No. I'd like to know what happened.
Well...
Say, Ginger, that's a beautiful hat. May I wear it sometime?
You've still got an umbrella of mine that you borrowed in 1929.
Well, I've been meaning to return it.
Oh, now quit stalling, Jack. What about the accident?
What are you, an ambulance chaser or something? We're talking about Ginger's hat.
Come on, Ginger. Tell us about the accident.
Well, we were all driving east on Sunset, and Jack was waving at me and giggling and honking his horn.
Well, sure I was giggling. I mean, the springs in my front seat are all sticking through.
And naturally, Jack's car got out of control, and he smacked into Cagney's fender.
That'll be decided in court, Miss Rogers.
Then things started to happen. Jack was really mad. He jumped out of his car. Cagney jumped out of his car. Jack jumped back into his car. But fast.
Well, I bawled Cagney out. You can't deny that.
Oh, that's right. He really dressed Jimmy down.
You're darn right I did.
Well, of course, Jack locked the door and rolled up the windows first.
I did not. There's not a window in my car.
Not now, there isn't. I'll never forget the look on Jack's face when he saw Jimmy's fist coming through the windshield.
Well, he didn't hit me.
How could he? You had your head in the glove compartment.
I was looking for my tear gas fountain pen. Lucky for Cagney, I didn't find it. Believe me, if he ever opens his mouth to me again, I'll fix his wagon.
You will, huh?
Yes.
Well, Jack, what would you say if I told you that right now Jimmy Cagney was standing right in back of you?
Well, that's just... Yikes!
Jimmy Cagney, fellas.
Well, hello, Ginger. Deanna?
Hello, Jimmy.
Well, if it isn't Barney
I know someplace I've got a laugh here. I don't know where it is. Listen, don't try to laugh it off, Cagney. You scratch my fender, it's going to cost you about $300 to have it touched up.
Who's doing the painting for you, Rembrandt?
That happens to be his name, Morty Rembrandt. 1820 Temple Street. Open evenings. I'll have Morty send you the bill.
Look, Jack, you better drop the whole thing, or I'll start an action against you to collect for the damage to my car.
You'll have some job getting anything out of me, brother.
I'll get some dough out of you if I have to dig up your whole front yard.
You can dig all you want, but if you haven't got the map, you're a dead duck. Besides, Cagney, I've got a witness. She saw the whole thing, Ginger Rogers.
Why, I couldn't testify for you, Jack. After all, you bumped into Jimsy.
Jimsy? Well, I can see where I stand here.
Well, I think Ginger's being very fair.
Fair meaning she's not a brunette. Listen, Ginger, you can look at this accident any way you want to.
Look, Jack, you're acting like a little boy.
Yep, an old, broken-down little boy. Jack, once and for all, let's drop the whole thing, or you're going to pay for my fender.
Oh, I am, eh? Well, I can see there's only one way out. We'll settle this man to man. Do you fight?
Quite a bit.
What else do you do?
I dance.
Well, let's dance and settle this.
I hate to break up these beautiful hostilities, but we've got to get back to command performance. There's a letter here addressed to Jimmy Cagney from the Brooklyn gang at APO 885. It seems that Gowanus Gus, Flatbush Flanagan, Demi-Tass McGuire of Borough Hall, Left Field Louie from Ebbets Field, and Sandflea Phil from Coney Island have a special request.
What is it, Deanna?
Well, they say they haven't had a chance to see you in pictures lately, but they sure remember some of those tough guy parts you used to do. So they want you to pick somebody on command performance tonight and punch them in the jaw.
Well, let's see now. Who all's on the show?
Well, there's me, Martha Tilton, Ginger Rogers,
and Don Wilson. Good old Don.
And then, of course, there's you, Jackie.
Now she gets friendly.
Well, I'd like to oblige the boys from Brooklyn. It looks like you're it, Jackie. I'm game if you are.
Look who's on the game end. Why can't I do the punching? I've been in some pretty tough pictures myself, you know.
Brutal is the word.
Don't evade the issue. Why can't I hit you?
Because this is command performance, and we've got to answer the requests exactly as they come in.
Very well. I'm ready. First, there's something I'd like to say. Gentlemen, I regret I have but one jaw to give to my country.
Also, that you ever took your head out of that glove compartment.
Please, Ginger, there's no time for levity. Go ahead, Jimmy, and remember, I'm not a kid anymore.
Well, here goes. No, can't do it. I can't do it.
Come on, you coward. Come on.
Okay.
Ow! Ow!
Thank you, Jimmy Cagney. And will the gentleman who caught Mr. Benny's toupee kindly return it to the stage?
Jack, are you all right?
No, I'm not all right. You were supposed to fake that punch, Cagney, and you really let me have it. Now it's my turn, brother.
Oh, take it easy, Jack. Take it easy.
Take it easy, nothing. Put up your dukes. Now take that.
And will the gentleman who caught Mr. Benny kindly return him to the stage?
While the ushers are reviving Mr. Benny, this seems a good time to say that we've had an awful lot of requests to have Jimmy Cagney sing some of the songs from Yankee Doodle Dandy. How about it, James?
Very glad to, Deanna, very glad to. And incidentally, I want to thank all the fellows in the ETO who treated me so wonderfully when I was visiting them recently. I really got a great bang out of it, and that's no fooling. And for me to tell you that you're doing a great job is like telling Abbott and Costello who's on first. Anyhow, with a bow to George M. Cohan, here it is. You're a grand old flag, you're a high-flying flag, and forever in peace may you wave.
You're the emblem of the land I love, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart beats true under red, white, and blue, where there's never a boast or a brag. What should old acquaintance be forgot? Keep your eye on that grand old flag. I'm a Yankee Doodle dandy, Yankee Doodle do or die. A real-life nephew of my Uncle Sam, born on the 4th of July. I've got a Yankee Doodle sweetheart. She's my Yankee Doodle joy. Now, Yankee Doodle came to London just to ride the pony. I am the Yankee Doodle boy.
Well, gang, that kind of wraps up another bundle of whatever you want to call it. Incidentally, we'd like to hear from you if you have any extra special people or things you'd like to hear. We got that note from you guys down at the Atterbury Hotel in downtown Guadalcanal. And we got some ideas for you that we're sending along. Meantime...
Pardon me, Deanna. I'd just like to say that if any of my fans are worried about me, I'm perfectly okay. That punching business was just a little gag. I'd give that Cagney a Mickey Finn if I didn't think he'd enjoy it. Good night, fellas.
And this is Deanna Durbin saying, the best of the best from the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, and honored guests, it is my privilege and pleasure as the Dean of the Friars to call you to order and welcome you and to express our wish that you will have a perfectly wonderful evening. Now, not to delay you any, I want to present to you the chairman of tonight's affair. An enormous job, you can believe me. One of the sweetest guys that's ever come to town, the chairman, Jesse Block.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. As chairman of this affair sponsored by the Friars Club, it's a pleasure to welcome you. That's 2 welcomes you got. It's gratifying to see so many people gathered at this dinner to pay tribute to our guest of honor. Few men in or out of show business have so completely captured the American imagination as Jack Benny. His natural charm and personality and great wit have gone right into the heart of America. And I'm proud to have been a participant in commemorating Jack's 20th year in radio. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce a man whose name has become synonymous with show business. His phenomenal rise in television has completely revolutionized the entertainment industry. He has been the abbot of the Friars not once but 10 years. And to become the abbot of the Friars Club is a great honor and a significant one. And now it's my pleasure to introduce to you the abbot, Milton Berle.
Thank you, Pryor. That was Jesse Block, ladies and gentlemen, who many years ago did a single with Eve Sully. And we will have no lights on the punchlines. It is really gratifying to look around this very wonderful room as the abbot of the Friars and greet you and tell you how thrilled all of us of the Friars Club are that you are here this evening. So many distinguished guests for such a very well-loved guy as our dear Jack. Really, this is the biggest crowd I've ever seen. I'm kidding. This looks like the Yankee Stadium with mink bases here tonight. I would like to tell you how this affair came about, how this very wonderful testimonial. Jesse Block called Jack on the phone in California, beginning of the season, and he said, "Jack, we'd like to give an affair for you at the Waldorf." And he said, "What room?" And, no, that was another time, pardon me. There are so many very wonderful comedians on the dais here tonight. They're going to tell some very, very funny things that you will hear again Tuesday night. That I don't... But I want you to know that I'm very thrilled that I am the first speaker as the abbot. I think it's very, very gratifying, thrilling, that I'm the first speaker to get up to apologize for Jack's 20 years in radio. 20 years in radio. That's like doing one television show. But I don't know how old Jack is, but I heard that he's the first one that ever had a birthday printed by Mick Kenny. He only wishes his hooper was his age. But this is really a very, very great thrill for me, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to know, as I look around the room tonight, and it isn't very easy, that I must make an apology for the management here at the Waldorf. If you do see the room a little bare, there's some fixtures missing. Elizabeth Taylor took them during the settlement, you see. I'm sitting next to Governor Seltzer over here, Mayor Highland, and I don't want to stay for too long, because the mayor has his plane double parked. I hear that he may run for mayor of Chicago so he can live in New York. But another thing I want to say, I want to make another apology as the abbot of the club, that Gloria Vanderbilt and Leopold Stokowski were supposed to be here tonight, but they just had a little baby, and he's home resting. So he wrote a new song since they had the child. It's called It's Magic. And Jessel said it's very funny, and he's sorry I said it. All right, George, you keep punching, you'll hit yourself. I do want you to know this becomes the very appropriate time, ladies and gentlemen, for me to introduce to you your favorite Toastmaster. Burl introducing Jessel is like Winchell giving an orchid to Sullivan. We love each other, George and I. We do have our tiffs and our tuffles, but we do get along. And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I must say something about our Toastmaster. These past years, he has been with 20th Century Fox making pictures, and he's made a fortune for MGM. He has appeared and spoken at so many dinners, he does not use Vaseline on his hair anymore. He uses chicken fat. But he's very happy this evening, our Toastmaster, because he became a proud uncle. Xanax polo ponies had a baby. And so without further ado, it is with a great deal of pride and pleasure that I present to you, and I must add this, ladies and gentlemen. It's an old saying, and if it's an old saying, Burl has said it, that this guy is a workhorse. This past month, he has done 24 consecutive testimonials and spoken at 24 dinners. 4 of them were for him. So, without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce to you the Toastmaster General of the United States, George Jetzel, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, young man. The Abbot of the Friars, His Honor the Chief Magistrate of the City of New York, His Excellency the Governor of Illinois, in whose state this uneventful incident began, ladies and gentlemen, the way is long from whence I came, and the shrine is far where I would be. Yet I have left the weight of business at my producer's desk to speak at this occasion. For I particularly feel at home in this grand ballroom at the Waldorf. It is only within the year that I have stood on this same platform, and as Friar Lawrence says in Romeo and Juliet, St. Francis be my steed, how oft have I stumbled over these graves before. And thus is the life of a public speaker. Year after year, I find myself telling lie after lie, covering the frailties of men with compliment, finding virtue where none exists, and tossing verbal orchids at the faces of men whose faces should be covered with cimets. And this year, working in the southern state of California, I have functioned at every known affair that was given. I have run the gamut. I have spoken at the launching of a destroyer in the harbor of San Pedro to a brismila in Glendale. Milton. Yeah. And tell them nobody knows what they do with it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at almost every affair, the Toastmaster's plate and his chair are the recipient of many, many telegrams from well-wishers who didn't buy a ticket but send a telegram. And thereby, perforce of sending the telegram, they imagine that their names will be read, and it might be a commercial for their respective businesses. Such as, wish I could be with you tonight in honor of Jack Benny, Zalakowski's furniture store. Or some with a very definite personal note. Good luck to Jack tonight. And Ida and I are still in love after 40 years, Eddie Cantor. And then again, we have two that are worthy of reading, and very definitely worthy, because it marks the most important moment in the career of a minstrel who needs no money or who needs nothing to get him any further kudos. And this is a telegram, and says, all men in the service and the Far East Command and the women, too, send you their warm-hearted greetings. and equally warm-hearted best wishes. They will be ever grateful for your selfless, patriotic service to them, M.B. Ridgway, General, U.S. Army. And the other, from a man who is sometimes challenged because he doesn't send telegrams but writes letters. The most important American of our time and the president of the greatest country that the world has ever known. And he very warmly says, "Dear Jack, all good wishes to you and Mary on this occasion of your 20th anniversary in radio, Harry S. Truman." And so with all this evening is indeed one to remember and a memory to conjure with. I used also this phrase, at the battleship and the Bismillah. For the guest of honor this evening is a man about whom it is most easy to hurl superlatives. For not only this younger generation, but also it is easy for older showmen and troopers like myself to sing his praises. For I am not one of those who would refuse to emerge from their own particular capsule of time, who would live their lives continually repeating to themselves, Kid McCoy could have licked Marciano. Mathewson was better than Feller. King Solomon was smarter than Baruch. And all these bromidic phrases are in the same category as the attempt in consoling a man who is carrying a torch for a loved one. And the well-meaning friends say, there are other fish in the sea, there's a rose on every bush, turn them upside down, they all look the same. Also, there are the older men who live in the past and stay married to a lavender yesterday, who believe that there is only charm in that which can never return. No, I believe that Jack Benny would have held his own at any time in the history of the American theater. I don't say that he might have been mentioned in the same milieu or the same aura as Richard Mansfield, Henry Irving, or E.H. Southern. I don't say that he would have been talked about in the same way as we talked of Warfield, Sam Bernard, Hitchcock, Eddie Foy. I don't think that people would have put him in the same class as Tinney or Fields or Joe Cawthon. But I think he would have held his own with Harry Zook Welch, Smiling Betty Watson, or Lou, wow, here comes a woman Fink. However, he has served the people well in 20 years in the radio. And since then he has gone now further to succeed in the newest of the arts, the television. And we find ourselves under these most happy circumstances breaking bread in his honor. I will pause for this guest. Bernie, it is only because you have saved the country many times that I forgive you for killing this joke, which I have. Nothing. Therefore... Men have come from all corners of the nation and from all over the country to sing his praises. groups of distinguished gentlemen to applaud him and toast him for the past and continue to applaud him for the future. Foremost among these is the first speaker of the evening, the most important public servant in the city of New York, and other comedians will follow. This is only in the order of the evening, Mr. Mayor. I have had the privilege and the honor to know the present Chief Magistrate of the city before this evening, and echoing the sentiments of the majority of New Yorkers, I can rightly sing his praises. He has kept his promises, and this is a strange thing in the world of politics. For the promises of men in politics are likened to the robes of the mythical princess Penelope in Greek mythology, of whom it is said, her robes were woven in the morning and unraveled at night. This is a line from David and Bathsheba, which I did. And so, with the hope of more jesting to follow, and with the profundity that is the order of the moment, I am proud of this opportunity to bring to this speaker's pulpit His Honor, the Mayor of New York, Vincent Napolitano.
Toastmaster, our guest of honor, Jack Benny, ladies and gentlemen, now that you've made a simus out of the whole thing, I'll get on with what I have to say. I want you to understand that I can well appreciate the fact that in New York you probably do not read the newspapers that are published there, but if you had been tipped off in advance, you wouldn't have had to send Milton Berle over to me to try to translate Simus and Brisk, because he asked me what they meant. You see, I have just returned from a trip to Israel, and I got the lowdown there. I'm very happy indeed to join with so many nice people at this Friars Club dinner, celebrating Jack Benny's 20th year in radio, and as your chairman, Jesse Block, confidentially informed me before the dinner started, also celebrates Jack's 39th birthday. For a man of such tender years, Jack has compiled a most noteworthy record of accomplishment, not only in radio, but in the theater, and most recently in television. He long ago invaded the hearts of America over the airwaves and has been an idol of the unseen audience ever since. I personally remember how much I was impressed the very first time I listened to his program as a very young boy in short pants. When I received your invitation to attend this party tonight, I was happy to be included. I left City Hall comparatively a short time ago, and have found it a very pleasant sensation to jump, I might say, from the City Hall frying pan into the Friars. I see you haven't been reading the newspapers lately. On an occasion such as this, which not only honors a great personality, but also supports such a very worthy cause, it is very gratifying to see such a tremendous and influential turnout. I understand that the proceeds of this affair go into the welfare fund of the Friars. It is good to know that for a change, the money from a benefit is going to help the needy members of the theatrical profession. Usually, it is the other way around. Time and time again, actors giving of their time and talents for the benefit of others. I know it is not necessary for me to tell you of the great traditions of the Friars Club, which has been so dear to the hearts of those in the theatrical profession for so many years. It has done a great job within the profession for all of its own members. But beyond that, the members of the Friars have always performed a great service, not only for their city, but for the nation and for the state. I know also that it is not necessary for me to tell you anything about Jack Benny. The telegram read here tonight from General Ridgway is only one testimony of the many, many sacrifices he has made, going all over the world, entertaining veterans, overseas veterans, and lifting the morale of those men so that they could go on fighting, knowing that the people of America, represented by men like Benny, were in there trying to boost their morale, and what a swell job he did. His influence has been felt universally. Back in 1932, he made his debut in broadcasting in the difficult touch-and-go early days of radio. Vaudeville was going out at that time. Big-time radio was coming in, and Jack Benny came in with it in big-time fashion. And now television is coming along, and Jack is giving it a great big assist. Jack Benny was a sensation from the start, and he has remained at the very top ever since. We all know that in private life, Jack is the exact opposite of the penurious, protesting character he plays on the air. His familiar manner and friendliness have made him one of the most popular figures in Hollywood. And I am certain that his popularity is of equal measure right here in the city of New York and wherever else he travels. On behalf of all the people of the city of New York, may I salute you, Jack Benny, and wish you at least another 39 years of happiness, health, and success.
The next speaker is one of the two great presidents and heads of the world's foremost broadcasting systems. There are some men who are to the amusement world born. There are others who should never have been born at all. But it seems to me that this handsome young man, who is actually much younger than the guest of honor, lies about, has gone further in the shortest space of time of almost anybody that I know. His entree into the radio world comes in a very direct way, as it actually stems from the theater. In the long ago, his beloved father and grandfather lived in Philadelphia and were inveterate theater-goers. They never guessed that years later their son and grandson would provide entertainment for nothing. They happily paid for their seats at the Chestnut Street Opera House in Philadelphia. And they were particularly intrigued by a play called Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch. Night after night they came to see Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch. And after watching and being emotionally stirred by the scene in which Mrs. Wiggs gently picks the cabbage, they decided to manufacture the cigar La Polina. It was from this cabbage, ladies and gentlemen, that the next speaker was enabled to go to college, and his great desire to get away from the cabbage prompted him to enter a new field. And he alone, among his associates, saw the great future in it. And so he has built a great industry. And because of his personal contribution, his integrity, and his warm personality, even NBC, spelled backwards, comes out Columbia Broadcasting System. And so I'm very proud to present to you Mr. William S. Paley.
Mr. Toastmaster, honored guest, Mr. Mayor, avid borough, ladies and gentlemen, I must admit at the outset that I'm rather unnerved. Just before the speech-making started tonight, I got a short note from Jesse Block, and this is what it said. Don't try to be funny and do it in less than 3 minutes. Irving Mansfield, if you're here, I'm very sorry. I'm not going to be able to use your jokes now. You know, Jesse is a very close friend of Jack's, and we always have to please Jack. As a matter of fact, right from the beginning, when we first signed Jack to CBS, we said to him, Jack, you can have everything you want. And I must say that it's to his everlasting credit that he has not taken advantage of that situation. We still own our building at 485 Madison Avenue. Seriously, though, I'm very happy to have this opportunity to say a few words about our honored guest. As we all know, Jack has many sides. For one thing, he's the darling of Mr. Nielsen and Mr. Hooper and all of the other rating service personalities. They will tell us, I'm sure, that during any given month, Jack Benny is heard by more people than have ever voted for any president of the United States. Just this afternoon, I was told that the latest rating score came out, the latest Nielsen as of September 30th, which put Jack in the number one position. And this means that Jack is heard by more people than any personality in the entire world. And there, again, is Jack, who is the man of the listener, the man, woman, or child who every Sunday afternoon can lean back and get that wonderful, comfortable, warm glow from hearing the laughter that comes as a result of the foibles of an old friend. I have the feeling that by now Jack has made his imprint on the character of America. He certainly must have made some contribution to make it possible for us to laugh at ourselves more easily and to put our difficulties and our deficiencies in a better perspective. On the other hand, we have a Jack who is the trooper going to all parts of the world to play for our soldiers overseas. And he's always on the go to sell defense bonds or to work for the Red Cross, March of Dimes, never saying no to any cause that is worthwhile. As thrifty as Jack seems to be on the air, he is always unsparing in his efforts to do his very best for his country or any other cause that comes along. But finally, the Jack Benny I'd like best to talk about is the Jack Benny who is known to most of the people in this room. He is the one who, as we all know, is a wonderful friend and one of the most generous and warmest guys alive. I don't know whether you've noticed it or not, but when he speaks of his fellow performers, it's always in the most attractive and complimentary manner. He's always telling you what a great guy so-and-so is and what a great performer he is. Here he is at the very top of his profession, And believe me, there's no better audience in the world for any other performer. George Burns, for instance, only has to say, I was walking down the street, and this guy is down on the sides saying, please stop. George Jessel only has to open his mouth, and you can hear Jack's yawks about 4 blocks away. And these are not exaggerations. I've actually seen them happen time and time again. But ladies and gentlemen, every time I have used the name or have spoken the name Jack Benny, I hope you have heard the echo, Mary Livingston. The relationship between Jack and Mary has been a source of real pleasure and real delight to all of their friends. And I know that Jack very seldom makes an important decision without getting Mary's viewpoint. As a matter of fact, her viewpoint is so good, and I know this from experience, that I feel pretty sure that hadn't Mary become Mrs. Jack Benny, she'd certainly be running the May Company today. And better still, you know, if that hadn't happened, I think our genial and very attractive Toastmaster would be saying, yes, sir, to Miss Livingston instead of to Darrell Zanuck. But, Jack, I want you to know that we at CBS are understandingly very proud of you. Very seldom does any effort maintain a high degree of quality over a period of 20 years. And yet in you, the American listener has found a performer whose characterization, whose taste and standard of humor has endured at a very high level for all of this time. And finally, Jack, I want to say that I have come to value most highly the wonderful friendship that has developed between us. I have for you the highest affection and admiration, and I hope our warm relationship lasts forever. Thank you.
While I would dare not challenge the sincerity of Mr. Paley's utterances, I am, in the sense of good thinking, realizing now for the first time that when Mr. Benny laughs when Burns says I was walking down the street and I open my mouth, this may have an ulterior motive. Because we feel that's funny, then we say that in other places and we drop dead with that. Try to get a job any place, George, with I was walking down the street, and you'll see what happens. The next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is an old and beloved friend of both mine, the guest of honors, and the American public. And regardless of any contrived feuds that he might have had with the guest of honor, these, my friends, are the stunts of a smart press agent. This is an interesting and a strange man. Because of his great wit and his personal goodness and whatever idiosyncrasies he is said to have, he can have them because his genius overshadows them. He began his career in a most romantic way in the theater. He was a little boy in Boston, and he acted in the mob scene of a play called Kismet, the Arabic word for fate. And the principal character of this play is a man called Hajj, a beggar and a juggler. And the symbolic impact of this character in the play is the fact that the juggler practically says we are all pawns in the hand of fate, who keep the balls leaping willy-nilly without knowing or caring which one shall fall to the ground. And I'm sure that this philosophy of Hajj, the beggar, in the play Kismet, had his effect on this little boy who will soon speak to you, now grown to full manhood. For after seeing this play, he immediately set upon a career as a juggler in the vaudeville business. His name was not the one that we know him by now. His right name was John Sullivan. But this evidently sounded too Jewish, so he changed it. He, like all good, troopers, has served in all the branches of the amusement tree and has served them well. I never believed this feud between he and Jack, because why should they be on bad terms? Economically, they are practically both the same. It couldn't have been a fight about sex, because the only reference to sex that he ever had on his program was when Howdy Bub said, "I got a cow with a big tail." And so I am very proud to bring you one of the great, great humorists of these our times, Fred Allen.
Thank you very much. I can't possibly live up to all that Georgie has said. I'll try to live up to a fragment of it and meet you by appointment some other time to live up to the rest of it. But I hope you don't mind me putting these on. I have so much aspic in my blood, I have to keep my eyes on the glass. But I hate to wear them in public. I'm always being mistaken for Russell Knight, which is quite embarrassing. But, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't think I would be able to appear here tonight. There was a rumor that there were two people in the audience whose names were in red channels. And for that reason, we thought the actors might have to walk out for a change. But I am happy to be here, and I think we all should be happy to be here. Because back when the world began in the Garden of Eden, if Adam had been a chorus boy, there would have been no human race. I was quite flattered when Mr. Jessel, our Toastmaster, remembered my name. Because as we all know, Mr. Jessel is always busy flying around the country speaking at different affairs. Half of the time, Mr. Jessel rushes into the hall at the last minute and doesn't even know what the function is. He looks around quickly, and if the guest of honor is sitting up, he knows it isn't a funeral. Tonight, of course, the guest is sitting up. But Mr. Jessel caught himself just in time. He was starting to go into his funeral routine. You know, I always thought, until tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I always thought it was a great tribute to be selected as the guest of honor at a Friars dinner. But I have only learned now through George Burns that once a year they have to sweep out the card room at the Friars. And the only way they can get the card players out of the room long enough to clean it is to give a dinner. Of course, I must say that I was insane to come here tonight. The main dinner course is steak, and today is Friday. Fortunately, there is a man from Lindy's in back of the dais who is bootlegging sturgeons to Catholics there. Well, this is a big week for me socially. Wednesday night I went to the Sinatra wedding. He's breaking it in Philadelphia. If the marriage turns out okay, he'll probably bring it into New York later in the season. But Ed Sullivan was supposed to go to the Friars' wedding, but he couldn't make it. Ed had to take his laughing lesson that night. It is customary, I know, for a speaker to make a few flattering remarks about the guest of honor. Now, you've heard the mayor, and you've heard Georgie and Mr. Paley speak so flatteringly of Jack, but there is another side of Jack. He is not one-sided, as he may seem to you now. He's not like the buildings and the sets in Hollywood where you go around behind him and there's nothing there. But he does. I know him from the performer side for many years. I first met Mr. Benny many years ago in vaudeville. I was playing Centralia, Illinois, the big house. And Mr. Benny was appearing at a small theater in a suburb of Centralia. The theater was so far back in the woods, the manager was a bear. He used to pay the acts off in honey. It's the only one. And the theater really wasn't a building, it was a cave. And Mr. Benny's dressing room was a hollow tree. Variety didn't cover this theater. The acts were reviewed by the dramatic critic of Forest and Stream. Mr. Benny was next to closing on a 2-act bill. The feature act was a fire eater. You know, in those days there was no heat in the theaters, and managers used to book fire eaters. Before the show, the manager would chase the fire eater up and down the aisles. The fire eater would start breathing hard and heat up the theater. Well, this fire eater on the bill with Mr. Benny was a worrier. The first fire eater I ever knew who had an ulcer. It was a pilot light. Well, Mr. Benny's act, as I recall, in those days, was rather unique. He worked as a gypsy. And after the show, he would sit in the lobby with his gypsy robes on and tell fortunes. As the act opened, the stage was dark, and Mr. Benny would come on playing Glowworm on his violin with a neon bow. During his rendition, Mr. Benny hit so many clinkers that he had to stoke his violin after each number. Mr. Benny was the only violinist. After you heard him play, you felt that the strings would sound better if they were back in the cat. Mr. Brew coming in again. For the finish of his act, Mr. Benny played Stars and Stripes Forever and waved an American flag. After his first bow, he also waved the Union Jack, in case there was an Englishman in the audience. In those days, Mr. Benny had no suitcase. When he left town, he would take the strings off his violin and use them to tie up his wardrobe. Well, after this first meeting in vaudeville, since I only played the bigger cities, I didn't see Mr. Benny again for many years. Our paths crossed next during World War I. Mr. Benny was wearing a sailor suit. We, of course, all know his record in the Navy. Mr. Benny was the first sailor in the history of the Navy to ever get seasick in a recruiting office. Even today in the Friars Club, Mr. Benny has to take Dramamine before he can look at the yacht club boys. When Sailor Jack finally got on his first battleship, he thought every deck was the poop deck. They were giving it to him all over the boat. But after the war, Mr. Benny had some lean years. He used to lean against the front of the palace and wonder if he would ever get inside. Things got so bad when he practiced his violin, he was using his dandruff for rosin. For a time, he left show business and took a job in a health food store. He had an acid condition. He used to stand near the milk and make yogurt out of the milk by appointment. Then his luck... I may as well get a few laughs here. I get none in television, of course, you know that. then his luck changed. Mr. Benny married, and his wife was so clever, he was able to get back into show business. He appeared in Earl Carroll's Vanities. In one memorable tableau, Mr. Benny came on the stage dressed as Abraham Lincoln. For many years, Lincoln had been on the penny, but thanks to Mr. Benny's impersonation, the cent was finally on Lincoln. Well, Mr. Benny's record speaks for itself. He was in vaudeville until 1930 when vaudeville died. He appeared in Broadway shows and the theater declined. He went into motion pictures and the industry collapsed. He has been in radio, and radio is slowly disintegrating. This summer he went to Korea, and instantly the Communist Army agreed to discuss peace terms. After killing vaudeville, ruining the theater, causing the decline of the motion picture and radio, Mr. Benny has at last gone into television. Television may as well pucker its screen, for it is about to receive the kiss of death. But I have only been joking in a mild way, ladies and gentlemen. Jack is, as I know and we all know, the best liked man in show business today. And if our country was only fortunate enough to enjoy the status Jack enjoys, our country, too, would not have an enemy in the world. On this note, I close, ladies and gentlemen. There is only one friar living who would travel 3,000 miles across the country to get a free meal, and he is your guest of honor tonight.
And now, from the juggler of wit to a man of great responsibility who cannot let men be pawns of fate like the juggler, but has to look after the welfare of hundreds of thousands of Americans in his great state. And I might add that since he has been in office in his particular state, the great city of Chicago has fared much better in the public eye than it ever has fared before. For if ever a city has been censored undeservedly, it is the city of Chicago. Some years ago, I remember playing at the Sam H. Harris Theater, and on Randolph Street, close by, a little boy fell off a bicycle and tore his overalls. This little boy was unhurt and laughing. He had other overalls. But the newspapers throughout America printed this headline: "Child mortally injured as gunmen rape the loop with machine gun bullets." Most of these things about Chicago, my dear friends, have been greatly embellished. Well, like me with girls, or so. And so I have an extremely warm feeling in presenting your next speaker, this distinguished gentleman, to you because he is a great Democrat, and I am also a Democrat. But, for fear of treading on anyone's political toes, I think there is one thing I can say honestly about the Republican Party. No one can challenge the sincerity of any member of the Republican Party. There isn't one member of it who does not want to run for the presidency of the United States. I am very happy to bring to you His Excellency, the Governor of the Southern State of Illinois, Governor Adlai E. Stevenson.
Mr. Toastmaster, fellow townsmen of Mayor Impellitere, just before the dinner commenced, I had the good fortune to meet Fred Allen. I asked him what he was going to say, and he asked me what I was going to say. And we concluded that perhaps, all things considered, that perhaps we should best exchange manuscripts. You've just heard my speech, and for my part, I've lost his manuscript, and I can't remember a word he said. I came here, however, tonight to pay to Jack Benny the respects of the
people of the state of Illinois, and particularly the people of Lake County, Illinois, where he used to live and where I now live. And even more particularly, the homage of the people of Waukegan, Illinois. Waukegan was his boyhood home, and Waukegan, my friends of New York, is not an Indian reservation. It's a very flourishing city by the shores of Lake Michigan. And Lake Michigan is a large body of water that lies west of the Hudson. I believe, Mr. Allen, it was Sam Johnson who said that the Irish sprang from nobody at everybody. Well, Jack Benny sprang from Waukegan. Perhaps I should say sang or played his way out of Waukegan. At all events, that was a long time ago. But I should tell him here this evening that he is not forgotten there or in Lake County. And particularly, he is not forgotten by hopeful charities and philanthropies of all kinds. I was eager to come here tonight to New York for two reasons. First, because as an innocent, barefoot politician from the prairies, I rarely have an opportunity to meet so many distinguished and cultivated and accomplished people. Or, for that matter, so many friars. Except occasionally at Notre Dame football games. When, I ask you, can a governor sit between George Burns and Fred Allen? But I also came here to repay a visit that Mr. Benny made to me in Springfield, Illinois last summer. He said that when he heard on the West Coast that he was to meet Governor Adlai Stevenson of Illinois, that he bought and carried all the way to Springfield a large and beautiful corsage. I know his disappointment was very keen indeed when he discovered that his genders were mixed. But I entertained him royally with Coca-Cola, Camels, and Ritz crackers. And I felt that and by the way, I did notice that he took the corsage away with him when he left. As I say, I bring to you, Mr. Benny, the homage, the thanks, and the affectionate good wishes of the people of Illinois. And I am deeply grateful to him and to the Friars Club for permitting me to participate in this splendid dinner. And I might add, as Mr. Allen suggested, that to have a free dinner, thanks to Mr. Benny, is worth half a trip half across the country. We bless you, Mr. Benny, for cleanliness, for taste, for humor, for art in entertainment that makes this tormented world much happier for millions of people. And if by any chance, Mr. Benny, you should need a small loan, such as the state capital sometime, just come to Springfield, Illinois.
This proves again, when you become governor, you're no schlemiel, ladies and gentlemen.
We'll get back to the conclusion of Jack Benny's roast in just a moment. But first, I'd like to remind you that all programs aired on same time, same station come directly from our CD masters. They are all available on CD or cassette. For more details on how to purchase these cassettes or CDs, you may go to our website at OTRsite.com. That's OTR as in old time radio, site, S-I-T-E, OTRsite.com, or email Jerry at OTRsite.com, or you may call area code 562-696-4387. If you missed anything, this information will be repeated at the end of the program. Welcome back to Same Time, Same Station, the best of old-time radio. And I'm your host every week at this time, Jerry Hendigas. And now let's get back to the conclusion of this most delightful Friars Club roast of Jack Benny, saluting his 20th year on radio from November 9th, 1951.
And now, another straight man. And the luckiest straight man that ever lived. From his lips alone shall we hear the truth about the guest of honor, because he is his oldest friend. They've been going together and have known each other for many, many years behind the warm curtain in the lost art of vaudeville. I stress the word vaudeville because I doubt if the next speaker is conversant with any other subject. Now, while I don't think it is absolutely necessary for a man to be a student of Shakespeare or Molière or Racine or Rostand, I do think a man in middle age should know there is some other periodical printed in America outside of the Variety. And it is only in the last decade or two that I have been sure as to how to present this next speaker. He had so many different names as a vaudeville actor. He was Bernard of Bernard and Gary, Williams of Brown and the Williams Brothers, Mac of Mac Albright and Mac. And in the Nagasaki Japanese troupe, he was known as Abe Stern. But after having known so many masculine partnerships, he felt if he would get anywhere in the world, he'd best find himself a woman partner. And later he did so well with this woman partner and broadened his earning power that he turned to the scriptures, wherein he found the proverb, "Man cannot live by bread alone. He must also marry a very clever woman." Then he read again in the scriptures, wherein a prophet, seeing one less fortunate, had said, "There but for the grace of the Lord go I." And so it is. A man who there but for the grace of Gracie would be still known as Abe Stern of the Nagasaki Jats. Of Burns and Allen, Mr. George Burns.
Hiya. And it's true, too. Ladies and gentlemen, Western and Eastern Abbots, Friars, Toastmaster, of course, guest of honor, Jay. I'm very happy to be here tonight. Happy. Cost me $500. I'm flying back tomorrow. Now, I don't know why I was asked to speak here tonight. I've been talking about Jack Benny all my life. I know Jack so well that I'm surprised he'd even let me talk. See, I make quite a few speeches. As a rule, I don't know the guest of honor. So I make up a few lies, put it a little bit on the risque side, and get a lot of screams. Tonight, I'll have to tell the truth and settle for a few snickers. Tell you a few things about the Jack Benny I've known for a lot of years. As I said, this will not be funny. But I did travel 3,000 miles, so if you see a little opening and you can throw in a little snicker, I'll appreciate it. You see, for the last 20 years, everything that's happened to Jack has been big, massive, important things. And this, too, can get to be monotonous. So, in the last 2 years, the important things ceased to be important. And the trifles in Jack's life got to be important. When he signed the CBS deal, it ran into millions of dollars. I went over to his house to congratulate him. And Jack was all excited. He says, "George," he says, "I want to show you something." He opened up his closet. He says, "How do you like these shoes?" I said, I think they're nice. He says, they're not new, you know. What do you think of them? I says, fine. He says, I just found out where you can get the greatest shine in the world. Another time, I was sitting at the Hillcrest Country Club, and at that time, Jack signed a deal with 20th Century Fox. It wasn't a very big deal. I would say that MCA got about $200,000 commission. And he said, George, I'd like to talk to you. I said, Jack, I'm playing bridge. He says, I'll wait for you. He didn't wait long. Waited about 4 hours. After the bridge game, I says, yes, Jack. He said, did you take a shower today? I says, yeah, I just took one home. He says, take one at the club. I said, why? He said, great towels. And, of course, Jack has been laughing at me now for years. He thinks I'm the world's greatest comedian. This is not a great compliment from a guy who thinks the towels are great. And it's not easy to make Jack laugh. You got to be subtle. It's got to be off the cuff. It's got to be sort of ad lib. For instance, if Jack is sitting in the room and I should walk in, if I close the door, this is about a 3-minute laugh. And he's been laughing at my match bit now since 1925. That's where I strike a match and show it to him lit. I'll try to do the bit now, but... But I don't think he'll laugh because I've done it 4 times already today. But I might get a snicker out of him because these are Hotel Edison matches. Jack? Well, 4 times is too much, I guess. And he also laughs at Danny Kaye. Danny Kaye shows him a glass of water, which kills Jack. I'll never forget, I was sitting with him once, and I tried to make him laugh, and I ran out of matches. So I picked up this glass of water. Well, naturally, Jack fainted. I picked him up. I put him back on the couch. And but the sad part is, Danny Kaye hasn't spoken to me for 2 years now for stealing his bit. And I don't know why, because he's used my match bit a dozen times. Well, anyway, I'm very happy to be here. And I'm happy because Jack is happy. And just want to tell you, Jack, I love you. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the match bit to the sublime. A man not often seen in public affairs, and a man not told that he might rise and say a few words. Yet a man who has been called into public affairs when the nation needs him, and in these our times it has been necessary so often. And he has always responded. The Toastmaster is fortunate again to have felt the warmth of his hand clasp, and was fortunate further in knowing his whole family. There are many legends about the next speaker. It is said that America's eldest statesman, and its best one, as he is aptly called, although he has never received a penny for any of his services, which cannot be said for most of the statesmen of our times. The legend is that he creates his great philosophy while sitting on a bench in Central Park. This is apropos to the stories of the cherry tree, etc. I don't believe that philosophy comes to him because he is sitting in the park. I have an uncle who's been sitting in Montmaris Park. He has been sitting there for 30 years, and not only has he not become a philosopher, but he's been arrested several times for annoying the squirrels so frequently. Your Toastmaster has always found it a problem in the budgeting of words in introducing a particular guest of honor that he has known through the years and has loved very dearly. I was never able to hold back an emotion when I introduced the late William Morris. I was never to be able to not show that I was trembling when I'd bring to his feet George M. Cohan. And when I'd introduce Jimmy Walker, and I would that his memory be kept evergreen in this city, I would always have to hide myself behind the character and not speak in the first person. Once during a campaign, I remember presenting him in this manner, by going back to the medieval days and acting as a herald who, trumpet in hand, comes into a small hamlet and tells the populace that a high and mighty personage is soon to address them. And out in California, because I see Jack every day, just a few days ago I lunched, dined, and appeared with him on his radio show. I would like to dismiss myself in the first person and take on a character such as, let me say, of a lawyer who had to represent him in court. And thus, appearing in his defense, I would say, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the American public, I wish to say about my client that I have known him throughout the years, and like these witnesses who you've heard here tonight, I also vouch for his character. That the record shows that from a most humble beginning, with the help of no one but himself, he has acquitted himself of any possible charge that might be brought against him in the amusement business. I would ask that the jury agree with me that for 20 years he has served the public honestly, and he has edited wisely the speeches of himself and the characters of his radio shows. That he has never said one thing in 20 years to offend the most sensitive boy or girl or man and woman in his great legion of listeners. He has in times of war left his home and his business to go to the farthest corners of the world to entertain the soldiers of our country. He has not only lately taken his life in his hands by bringing good cheer to the very peaks of Heartbreak Ridge in Korea. He's given up his time and his money to every good cause, even when I'm not called upon. He's a good father and a good husband, as good as he is a humorist, and I love him with all my heart. With your permission, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen, the Toastmaster rests his case and asks Jack Benny to come to the stand.
Well, the Simmers has arrived, I think. I'm so nervous tonight, I hope they don't give me another dinner like this for 6 weeks. Of course, at $35 a plate, I expected to find only 2 people here tonight. Anthony Farrell and the Mad Woman of Chaillot. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Baruch, Mr. Burrell, Mr. Jessel, gentlemen of the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. You know, when you have to follow such great comedians like Mr. Jessel and Mr. Burns and Mr. Allen, you get that completely sunk feeling as though you left your script in Milton Berle's dressing room. Needless for me to say, ladies and gentlemen, that this is probably
not probably, that this is. The only pictures you'll see in the paper tomorrow morning will be Martin and Lewis. That the Friars Club has given me the most exciting night in my 20 years of radio. I'll go even further than that and say in my entire career in show business, which is 42 years. So you can forget about my being 39 for the moment. I think that this was probably motivated not only by the fact that I've been in radio 20 years, but because I've been a friar for a long, long time, as far back as I can remember, almost from its inception. I'm either nervous tonight or I got to get away from Phil Harris. One of the things. And I have been a friar from the time I first started in show business. I belong now to the Hollywood branch of the Friars Club. As a matter of fact, I'm an officer of that club. I'm known as the Dean of the Friars. This is a very, very important executive position. I would say that the Dean of the Friars Club is comparable to a choreographer for the Borscht Capades. You know, as I was listening to these speeches, though, and you hear this said so many times as you go older that time flies, but it seems to me that I've been in radio much, much longer than 20 years. I have a feeling that I went right from Ellis Island to NBC, this thing. Because when you were born in Waukegan in those days, to get to New York, you came through Ellis Island. And I've had I've been with only 2 major networks in my 20 years, with NBC and with CBS, and I've been very, very happy with my association with both of these networks and the people with them. There have been, of course, ugly rumors that the reason I left NBC was because they charged 35 cents to park your car on their parking lot. Now, of course, that is ridiculous. I mean, I know on the radio I'm a cheap, stingy, miserly character, which is done purely for your entertainment. To think that I would leave NBC because they would charge 35 cents to park your car is silly. When they raised it to 50 cents, I thought they wanted me to go. But I've had many compliments paid me tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I think one of the greatest compliments that I had paid to me this evening, in fact, it was a few weeks ago when Georgie Jessel said to me while we were both in Los Angeles, he says, "Jack, I'm going to fly to New York to be at your testimonial dinner." I said, "Georgie, that's awfully nice of you, but you know, if you do, you'll have to be the Toastmaster." He says, "Naturally." I don't know whether this is a great compliment to me or not, because he would fly to the Belgian Congo if they were giving a dinner to one of its natives over there, I am sure. But you know, Georgie and I...
Let me tell you what I said in the Congo. There's a fellow... Go ahead.
But Georgie and I, you know, we have sort of the same kind of a job in Hollywood. We are both asked to be Toastmaster and Master of Ceremonies at different benefits and banquets. As a rule, they ask Georgie first. Now, if he happens to have a date that night with Joan Crawford or Ethel Barrymore, or Margaret O'Brien. Then they ask me, and I'm always available. Of course, I feel highly honored that they ask me after Georgie, because they at least feel that as a Toastmaster that I am next best to Jessel. And any time you're next best, ladies and gentlemen, next best to Georgie Jessel as Toastmaster or picture producer or entertainer or any of his other accomplishments, this is quite an achievement. I'm also highly flattered tonight that many of my dear friends flew in from Hollywood to be here, just for this affair. Miss Claudette Colbert, Mrs. Danny Kaye. Danny is now in Korea. Governor Stevenson, who flew in from Illinois. Val Parnell, who flew from London to be here. And, of course, the oldest and dearest friend that I have ever had known in show business, George Burns. When I say that, I mean one of the two of the oldest and dearest friends that I have in show business, is George Burns and Jesse Block. I know that Jesse has worked very, very hard on this affair tonight, and I know he did it with great joy and with great anticipation, because this dinner was given to me. That's how he feels about me, and of course, I feel the same way about him. I have another very good friend here on the dais. As Georgie Jessel said, we've been feuding a lot on the radio. I've known Fred Allen many, many years. I knew him in the days of vaudeville. I knew him when he was a juggler. I knew him before he spoke a line on the stage. He just juggled these 10 pins and then balanced one on his nose. And he was very, very successful in vaudeville as a juggler until some smart aleck came along and taught a seal how to do it. The only time that I can remember, ladies and gentlemen, ever being real angry at Allen was he came out to Hollywood to make a picture. And he asked his producer to ask me if I would play a small part, just do one scene in the picture. The producer asked me if I would. And I said I didn't think it was important enough for me to go into a Fred Allen picture and play one small scene. And this producer said to me, "But Jack, what's the difference? It's great. You'll be able to steal this scene from Fred Allen." Well, that made me good and angry, because stealing a scene from Fred Allen is equivalent to going to the bathroom at White Sulphur Springs. Before concluding my speech, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that I want to accept this tribute from the Friars Club on behalf of everybody who has been associated with me and my radio program for the past 20 years. Because no comedian, no star, no entertainer, I don't care who he is, can sustain for 20 years on radio by himself. Possibly one man could have done it, maybe the late Will Rogers. I doubt if even Milton Berle could sustain 20 years without help. And so they all must share in this tribute. My cast, for instance, the members of my cast who have been with me many, many years. Not one of them cares how much he has to do on the program or what jokes he has to tell or how many jokes. He's only interested in the result of the program on Sunday night. My wife, of course, Mary, has been with me on the radio almost the entire 20 years. And we are celebrating our 25th wedding anniversary in January, and I'd like to have Mary take a bow, if you would. I took Mary right out of the May Company and brought her into show business. And the way she spends money, you think she owned the May Company. This I can tell you. Then again, besides my cast, there are my writers. I've had my 4 writers with me now for 9 years, ladies and gentlemen. And I've had this experience with all of my writers, that not one of them cares whose joke stays in or whose idea remains in this particular broadcast. They're only interested in how is the show Sunday night. We've had never one argument in the 9 years. We've had the same thing with the agencies. And now I'd like to get to my sponsor, the American Tobacco Company. I've been with them 9 years. You always hear a lot of people say, oh, the sponsor butts into this and butts into that. I'm going to cut out all the details and just say that I've been with Mr. Paul Hahn and the American Tobacco Company for 9 years, and I hope I'm with them for the rest of my life. Even if I'm through with television and radio, if I have to learn how to make cigarettes, I want to stay with them. I'm not saying this because Paul is sitting in the audience, because we have no options to discuss or anything. I call him Paul because he's younger than I am. But what's the difference? In a few years, he'll be older than I am. They've got to pass me sometime in this thing. So therefore, as I say, everybody associated with me must share in this great salute and this great tribute that's being paid to me tonight. Because when you get that kind of cooperation for 20 years with everybody, from everybody, and that kind of help from all of your associates, and I've got to go along with Irving Berlin, that there's no business like show business. Because if you haven't got that cooperation, then I just as soon play my violin at weddings and call it the day. Well, it's probably time for me to sit down. I do want to thank Friars Club, every one of its members, for this, the greatest evening that I've ever had in my life, and one that I'll certainly never forget. And I want to thank Jesse Block, who worked so hard, and Harry Delp, and Milton Berle, the abbot, and Irving Mansfield, and everybody for this wonderful night. And before closing, I want to thank Ed Sullivan, because 20 years ago, Ed Sullivan asked me if I would like to do a guest shot on his radio program. I had never been on radio, and I said yes. So Ed and I sat down, and for just a few minutes, we wrote a spot that ran about 8 or 10 minutes. And from this guest shot, which I may have done for nothing, I don't remember.
Yes, you do.
Because of this guest shot, I was offered my first sponsored program, and therefore we are all gathered here this evening. And so I hope I will remain in radio another 20 years, even with television. Thanks again very, very much, and thanks to all of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day. Every song that I sing, I'll sing to you, and I hope I can bring you a smile or two. Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Palmolive Shave Creams,
Palmolive soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive shave creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trott, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Look Up.
Look up, look up, when everything's looking down. Whenever you're low, let everything go. Come out of that gloomy frown. Look up, whenever those clouds are gray. It's gonna be fun whenever that sun starts chasing those clouds away. There's no room for old man gloom, so shake him. You're bound to take him. Just try a smile or two, but whatever you do, look up. Look up. Don't ever give up the fight. When everything's wrong, it's never too long till everything turns out right. So whatever you do, look up. Look up. Look up. Don't ever give up the fight. When everything's wrong, it's never too long till everything turns out right. So whatever you do, look up.
Men, do you shave with a lather or brushless shave cream? Palmolive shave cream comes both ways, and whichever method you use, you'll find the new Palmolive shave cream way to shave means more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive shave cream way.
It's a fact, men, not a promise. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 79% found beards cut easier, 75% less razor pull, 69% closer shaves, 80% smoother feeling skin.
And 3 out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves.
Just get Palmolive shave cream, either brushless or lather, and do this. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Then soap face thoroughly again. Do not rinse. Work Palmolive shave cream upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive shave cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
That's all. But remember, Palmolive shave cream, either brushless or lather, offers proof of more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
Every year, countless young men leave small towns to seek their fortune in the cities. But when our young hero, Dennis Day, graduated from high school some years ago, he swore he was going to make his mark right in Weaverville. He has made his mark, too. It's a well-worn groove in the cashier's counter at the unemployment office. And so we find today that our hero has at last made a decision born of desperation. An old friend has sent a wire offering him a job in Seattle, Washington, and Dennis has just shocked his pal, Mr. Anderson, considerably by announcing,
I'm going to take it, Mr. Anderson. I've got to.
Oh, my 10 adorable little pink toes. We're going to miss you, my boy.
And I'm going to miss all of you, too, and this house and my little room upstairs.
My. Seattle, Washington. Gets mighty cold up there.
It does? Gee, then maybe I won't miss my little room.
Well, you're sure that your friend Harry Tompkin really has this job waiting for you in his fruit orchard, huh?
Oh, sure. He was my best friend in high school. We started as freshmen together. Gee, when he graduated, I was the loneliest boy in the whole sophomore class.
But is there any future for you in the apple business?
Sure. Maybe even a partnership someday. His wire says he needs me right away. The job is much too big for him alone.
Well, it sounds like you're all set then. Say, what about Mildred, though? Have you told her yet?
No, I just haven't had the heart.
Yeah, she's going to feel pretty badly, all right. What about the plan you and she always had to be the mother and father of 5 children someday?
Well, with us never seeing each other again after tonight, we may have to discard it.
Oh.
Not the kind of thing where I can tell her to go ahead without me.
But with you out of her life, she might marry another man. Don't you realize that?
Yeah. Gee, I certainly hope the father of my children turns out to be a nice fella.
Yes, we all do. Well, I don't know how you'll ever manage to break a thing like this to her.
Oh, I guess the best way is to hint kind of subtly that I don't feel quite the same toward her anymore. Then she won't feel so bad about losing me.
Well, you've got to be pretty careful not to hurt her feelings.
Oh, I won't. I'll be as delicate as possible. It's the only way, believe me.
Yes, maybe it is the best. Well, auf Wiedersehen, son.
Thanks, I'll need it. See you later.
Oh, hi, Dennis. What's new?
You make me sick to my stomach.
What?
You heard me, babe. We're through. I'll thank you to return my Captain Marvel magic ring.
Dennis, what's come over you?
I'm telling you, we're finished, girl. You used to have it, but I guess I've used it up.
Dennis, Day, are you crazy?
Crazy? Why? What have you got anyway? A lovely face, a wonderful figure, gorgeous eyes, beautiful legs. What does it all add up to?
Dennis, if you...
Quiet, I'm adding.
Now, suppose you just stop this nonsense.
Why, babe,
Babe, nothing. I always know when you're putting on an act. What's it for?
Well, to tell the truth, I just didn't want you to care about me anymore, Mildred. You see, I'm leaving town.
Leaving town?
Yeah, I got a wire from Harry Tompkins up in Washington offering me a job on his fruit ranch. What have I got in Weaverville? No job, a freezing room upstairs.
Dennis, don't you see it's only a matter of a little nerve? You could have a job, and you should have demanded a heater for your room long ago.
Demanded? From your mother?
Well, certainly. A cold room's dangerous. You're not a very warm-blooded person, you know.
Yeah, but I figured I'd better keep what blood I got.
Dennis, if you're ever going to get anywhere in this world, you've just got to.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Young man, I've been looking for you. What happened to the curtains in your room? They look like they've been slept in.
They should. They have.
What?
Oh, gosh, Mrs. Anderson, you know it gets pretty cold up there.
Cold in your room? Ridiculous.
Then why do you keep 2 pounds of butter and 6 veal chops under my bed?
Dennis, don't I put a box of matches next to your bed every night? If you get cold, just strike a couple of them.
Oh, I thought they were there to read by. If you just give me a heater, Mrs. Anderson, I'm sure
Don't bother me. I have enough troubles of my own. I can't operate a rooming house without a permit from the Commissioner of Health, and mine expires today.
Oh.
If I can't locate the new commissioner, they'll close this place tonight. Here I am, half out of my mind, and all you can think of is your own problems.
Well, gee, I'm sorry, Mrs. Anderson. I guess maybe I'm an egomaniac.
You certainly are. If you're cold, light your matches. And don't get them too close to my butter, understand? That's all.
There. See how I get treated around here, Mildred? I'm going up to Washington to pick apples for Harry Tompkins,
Dennis,
and then I
wait.
can...
Did you hear what Mother said about a new commissioner of health?
Huh?
The new city administration goes in today. The mayor we elected last November.
So?
Well, don't you see? There are dozens of good political jobs being passed out. All you have to do is grab one.
Oh, Mildred, I went to see the mayor for a job last year, and he said I was I forget what he said.
But this is a new mayor, Dennis.
Yeah, but everything I know about politics you could put on the head of a pin and then... Ooh.
Well, what's the matter?
I just remembered what the old mayor said I was.
Dennis, you're going down to see that mayor. You can get a job. Act like a real politician. Talk big. Tell him you have influential friends.
But, Mildred, that wouldn't be telling the truth.
Well, yes, maybe you're right.
Still, on the other hand, is there any better way to act like a politician?
You wanted to see me, young man?
That's right, Mr. Mayor. I heard about the big gravy train you're on, so I thought I'd climb aboard and slop around in it with you.
I take it the disgusting picture you've just conjured up is a plea for employment.
Yep, I can do you a lot of good, Mayor, especially around election time.
Oh, I see. You're a ward healer.
Oh, sure, I've cured dozens of them.
Oh, this is my first day in office. What happened?
I was just saying that if I'd healed one ward, I'd healed a dozen.
Yes, I know. Oh, well, it takes all kinds of people to make a world. It's too bad you're not one of them.
You wouldn't talk to me that way if my old pal, the president, was here.
The president? You don't mean Harry Truman.
There's been a recount?
Not to my knowledge. But are you trying to tell me that you're his personal friend?
Oh, sure. I was with him right after election, helping him out with little details. You know, like canceling the moving van and stuff like that there.
Really? And what was your official capacity?
Oh, about 2 quarts a day.
I'm having fun. Are you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good. But what I meant was, just what was your job in the administration?
Why, I was a big shot in the post office department.
It's funny, I never heard of you.
Oh, well, this was way back in the old days.
You mean you were under Big Jim Farley?
That's it, under Farley.
Odd, I knew all that crowd, and I don't remember seeing you.
Well, it's pretty dark under a big man like that.
Yes, and awfully squashy, I should imagine.
Well, about the job, Mr.
Would you
Mayor.
really like one?
Boy, I'll say.
Well, it just happens that I have an opening for a junior assistant custodian of sanitary cottage.
Wow, sounds great.
It means garbage collector.
Loses a lot in translation, doesn't it?
Yes, but you're just the man for it.
Do you actually think I'd take a job like that?
I do.
Well, since he's so positive about it, okay. Give me the address of the place. I got some paper here in my pocket, and I'll write it down.
Okay. Oh, here, this telegram just fell out of you. Holy smoke. It says, need you in Washington immediately. Job much too big for me to handle without you. Signed, Harry.
Oh, yeah, you see, Harry...
Then you do know Harry.
Oh, sure. We went to the same school. He was
Mr. Day, can you ever forgive me? I had no idea. Well, surely you didn't take me seriously when I made you a garbage collector.
I didn't?
Oh, no! Starting right now, you're our new city manager and the head of our local machine. Would you like my office and my secretary? Shall I put a limousine at your disposal? Is there anything you want to know?
Yeah. What corner of the desk did you just hit your head on?
We'll continue our day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing In the Marketplace of Old Monterey.
I came to spend a little time one day in the marketplace of old Monterey. Met a senorita there, bought a rose for her to wear in the marketplace of old Monterey. We lingered there until the moon was high, till the smoke rings from my ship kissed the sky. Then we held each other close while we whispered adios in the marketplace of old Monterey. I keep hearing blue waves singing when the sea is calm and still. I keep hearing church bells ringing as I pray someday they will. I know I'll hurry back to her once more when it's springtime on that far distant shore. And somehow I feel she knows that my heart went with a rose in the marketplace of old Monterey.
Well, because the new mayor of Weaverville mistook a telegram our hero received from Harry Tompkin in Seattle for a wire from the president, Weaverville has a new city manager, and his name is Dennis Day. He's got a luxurious office, a desk to put his feet on, and the mayor positively groveling at his feet.
Well, I don't like to rush you, Mr. Day, but have you written to Harry yet about little old me?
Oh, no, but I'll get right to it, Mr. Mayor.
Fine. Don't forget to use my exact words now.
Okay, but I don't know how he's ever going to find you a nice big juicy plum in an apple orchard.
Oh, you're a sly one, Mr. Day. Oh, wait, here's my secretary, Miss Jenkins. I'm sure she'll take very good care of your correspondence, Mr. Day. I'll see you later.
Well, how do you do, Miss Jenkins?
Hello, Mr. Day. Well, I brought my book.
Good. Go ahead and read, and I'll let you know if I want anything.
Don't you want me to take some letters?
Oh, letters. Yes. Sit down, Miss Jenkins.
Yes, sir. Where should I sit?
Where you usually do, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Hey, get up! I just had these pants pressed.
Oh, my goodness, this is something new in politics.
Well, that's the type of fellow I am. Clear-eyed and clean-limbed. Now, there's a couple of matters I want to get straightened out in this town. First, take a letter to the fire chief.
Yes, sir.
Dear Chief, I read in the paper that your department answered 5 alarms last week, and when you got there were no fires. Do you want us to be the laughing stock of the entire state? After this, see that your men carry matches. Yours truly, Day, city manager. You got that?
As I read it back, I don't think I could have.
Okay, take one now for the police chief. Dear Chief, I have a complaint about your motorcycle policemen. They have been neglecting the foxtails on their motorcycles. These foxtails should be starched so they stand out straight. Yours truly, etc., etc. Why, what's the matter, Miss Jenkins? Why are you looking at me that way?
I'm scared.
But, Dennis, I just can't believe it. You're actually the city manager?
That's right, Mr. Anderson. The head of the whole machine.
It's incredible. A person like you holding a high public office in the United States.
Yeah.
Oh, there'll be good news on the front page of Pravda tonight.
Thanks. Say, Mr. Anderson, is there some little job you'd like in the city government? How about beach commissioner or chicken inspector?
No, Dennis. My wife would, Say. Oh, my tender Aunt Sally's lovely little blue camisole. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Who does Poopsie need right now for her boarding house license? Who must she bow down to and worship? The Commissioner of Health. Oh, brother, if I were
Say no
only...
more, Herbie, and give me the phone. You're in.
Oh, you wonderful boy. Oh, bless politics.
Hello? City Hall? Give me the mayor. This is Dennis Day. Day. D-A-Y. No, Y. It's the 25th letter of the alphabet. Well, certainly the alphabet has that many letters. Yeah, okay. That was our new Commissioner of Education.
Oh.
Hello, Mayor. No, I haven't heard from Harry yet, but I got a swell Commissioner of Health for you. Herbert Anderson. What does he know about health? Well, he's always been imperfect. Swell, Mayor. Thanks. Well, Mr. Anderson, you're all set. Commissioner of Health.
Oh, I can't believe it. What am I supposed to do?
Oh, it's a cinch. You just go around to the nightclubs and see if they're filled with fresh smoke every 10 minutes. Stuff like that.
Oh, boy. And when Poopsie hears who she'll have to talk to get her license.
Herbert? Why haven't the beds been made and the upstairs swept?
I was just waiting till after lunch, ecstasy girl. Will it be ready soon?
Lunch. I'm nearly out of my mind trying to locate the Commissioner of Health, and you're worried about your lunch. Of all the self-centered, narrow-minded, petty, selfish, stupid men in the world.
I'd use softer words, Mrs. Anderson. You may be eating them soon.
You keep quiet, too. Give me that phone. I'm going to call the mayor himself. He should know who the new commissioner is, and he'd better, because I'm... Hello? Mayor's office?
This is the loveliest moment of my life.
Yeah. I want the name of the man who's your new Commissioner of Public Health. Who? Who? You're sure? I see. Thank you.
Well, dear, did you get your information?
Yes, Poopsie.
Interesting news, wouldn't you say?
Herbert, about my license.
Well, I don't know, dear. I just don't know.
Herbert, please. I'll be good. I'll rip the stitches out of your pocket so you can carry money again. When we take a walk, I'll let you walk on the outside. I'll let you lead when we dance. Please, Herbert.
Oh, well, I'll think about it.
Oh, you will. What am I humiliating myself this way for anyway? I'll show you. I'll go over your head. I'll go right to the city manager himself.
Well, Mrs. Anderson, if
Be quiet. What if my husband did wangle a job as health commissioner? I'll show him he can... Hello? Give me the city manager. All right, what's his name? I'll call him at home. How's that again? Oh, no. No.
Yep, small world, huh?
Dennis, darling.
See me at my office tomorrow morning, Pooksy gal. I've been waiting for this day for a long time.
It was nice of you to see me so promptly, Dennis. May I go sit down now?
Yeah, I guess you better. You've been getting lipstick all over my shoes.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's get the information for your license form. Your name?
Clara Anderson.
You belong to any particular sex?
I'm a female.
You got any documents to prove it?
I have a driver's license, sir.
Oh, never mind. I've seen you drive. You're a woman.
Thank you, sir.
Your age, please?
37.
Ha!
39.
Ha!
All right, 40.
Well, that brings us up to 1925.
Oh, Dennis, please don't treat me this way. I know I've been mean to you and unkind, but I'll be good from now on, I promise.
And now you're talking. Do I get a heater for my bedroom?
Yes, of course.
A mattress for my bed?
Yes.
A bed for my mattress?
Yes, Dennis.
Good. And I want a window put in back of the curtains, you see?
Yes, sir. Anything that you...
Mr. Day, he's here, right outside.
Huh? Why, who's here?
Your secretary just told me there's a man waiting to see you. He says his name is Harry. Could he be the Harry, Mr. Day?
Oh, he must be. He's the only Harry I know.
Oh, good heavens, now look a mess. Quick, a comb and brush it. Oh, my goodness, here he comes. Welcome, Your Excellency, sir. Welcome.
Hello, anybody?
Why, you're not the President of the United States.
So what? Neither are you, honey boy.
President, why, this is Harry.
Yeah, but he's just a plain citizen.
So what do you want? I should have flowers in my hair?
But I thought... Day said the telegram...
Oh, sure, that came from Harry. He wanted me to come up to Seattle, Washington and pick apples.
Seattle, Washington? I thought you meant the other one.
There's another Seattle, Harry?
No, but there's another Washington, you fool. I thought that wire was from the President.
Oh, my gosh, so that's why you gave me the city manager's job.
Yes, only you don't have it anymore. You're fired, understand? Finished. Through.
You mean he no longer can grant my license?
Certainly not. Dennis Day, do you know what I'm going to do to you?
You can't scare me. Wait till you see what Mrs. Anderson does to me.
Ladies, regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care, doctors prove you too may win a lovelier complexion with Palmolive soap.
But to win this lovelier complexion, the kind men admire and women envy, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive soap the way doctors advise.
Remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advised 1,285 women, many with complexion problems, to use Palmolive this way. Some have dry skin, some oily, some coarse-looking. Using Palmolive soap alone, 2 out of 3 won lovelier complexions. Now, here's what the doctors advise.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap. Massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive's soft lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive's full beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But doctors have proved this way, using nothing but Palmolive, really works. So forget other beauty care. Use Palmolive soap alone for a lovelier complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
Here now is Dennis with the music of Charles Dant in the orchestra to sing Rendezvous with a Rose.
I've got a rendezvous with a rose. I've got a
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumit's magic blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a
dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening. This is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. It's 5 o'clock of a dark winter's afternoon, and the campus is in a soggy state. The trees are dripping, the ivy is drooping, and only the sturdier students are seen sloshing along in the mud-stained snow. All of which seems to have had no effect on Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, who returns home to number 1 faculty row in a buoyant and triumphant mood, as his delighted and delightful wife, Victoria, says,
You seem mighty perky on such a murky day, darling. Come on, tell me, what's the good news?
Good news. As a matter of fact, I had a perfectly abysmal day. I was needled, nettled, and besieged by all kinds of carping petitioners. But however well fortified I may be to cope with normal grievances, I have an Achilles heel for whimsy on a busy day.
A whimsical heel. It sounds enchanting.
Well, it's a fair description of young Jethro Matthews III.
Oh, yeah, him. He's the one who made the big fuss with the Dramatic Society about the scenery being too realistic. He also had a dandy suggestion that we do Death of a Salesman as a ballet.
Yeah, he's trying very hard to be consistently unconventional. He's a bright boy, but he's failing in his poetry course. It seems he hasn't attended any classes recently.
Why not?
Oh, he said he could learn far more about poetry by contemplating the vistas of nature than the visage of Professor Heaslip.
He's got a good point there. But he's young, he'll outgrow it.
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, I was intensely individual myself when I was his age.
I bet you were a beautiful baby.
Ravishing, darling. But my critics were divided into 2 schools. One believing that I was just a mild eccentric, the other that I was a boring poseur. Both views were accurate. I was what is known in those days as a bohemian.
Oh, I know, yeah. Sit around in a smoky room and try to shock each other.
Yes. That's right, yes. Adolescents from 20 to 70 who sit on the floor of what they call a studio with candles stuck in the necks of bottles. They have Schoenberg on the record player, which cannot be heard, of course, because of the furious talk about music and the pity for the poor, grubby businessmen. The men who made the candles, manufactured the bottles, built the record player, recorded the Schoenberg, and were idiots enough to forego the last 3 months' rent on the studio. Bohemians, making a fetish of the unconventional. Nonsense. Ridiculous. Wonderful, wasn't it? What a lot of fun we had.
Talked yourself right back into it, didn't you?
How did I get to be such a qualified authority on eccentric behaviorism? Did I make any sense?
Oh, certainly. You sounded like a professional psychiatrist.
A psychologist.
Psychiatrist, psychologist. What's the difference?
The same as between a poor student in the library and a rich one in the malt shop. One studies and one treats.
You know, this is the first time I've ever understood the difference. But to get back to your day at the office, what other dreadful things made you feel so good?
Well, for one thing, Professor Fisher is probably still wondering what happened to him.
Professor Fisher at the law school, what'd you do to him?
Well, I asked him whether he didn't agree with me that it was high time we had another look at the bylaws of the Student Legislative Council. He seized upon my suggestion, turned it into an indictment, and launched into a prosecutor's harangue.
I'll bet you put the old harangue-utang back in his cage.
No, but I managed to turn the case of Fisher versus Hall into the case of Hall versus Fisher. Oh, I gave him a run for his money. You should have seen his face.
You really poured it on, huh?
There was really no difference of opinion to start with, but he worked himself up into a hopeless contradiction, which I pounced upon with alacrity. And then, Vicky...
Louise, I'll get the door, darling. Don't stop. Now, you were pouncing. Go ahead. Pounce.
I used an old trick of forensics. As a champion and ruthless debater in my day, come in.
Excuse me, Dr. Hall.
Is there someone to see me, Louisa?
Yes, I told him to wait. The stout one who talks like a birthday card. Yes, it couldn't be anybody else. It's Professor Heaslip. Oh, we sounded as though we were reading off tombstones. That's the one, Mrs. Hall.
Well, you'd better send him in, Louisa.
Yes, sir. And, Mrs. Hall, I told him not to bother because it's working now, but he wanted $1 anyway. For Professor Heaslip? No, he's in the hall. I sent the other one away. I'll tell him you'll see him, Dr. Hall. Sorry, have you any idea who wanted the $1?
Not yet, darling. In due time. We can't rush Louisa. With her, small phrases are tributaries that finally join a river filled with the flotsam and jetsam of facts, which will eventually flow out into the sea of knowledge.
Well, salutations, Skipper.
Greetings,
lady.
Professor Heaslip.
My apologies, but I couldn't help overhearing. You were speaking of the sea of knowledge. What a proper subject for a conversation in the presidential mansion. And pray tell, what intellectual voyage had you embarked upon at this hour of twilight?
We were just wondering about a man who wanted $1.
What? Oh, yes, Jason in search of the Golden Fleece. What a delightful sense of humor you have, fair lady.
Yeah, well, with $1 where it is, we need one.
Ah, yes, a cogent observation. Skipper, I just stopped by to return your book.
My book? Oh, yes, the Christopher Fry play. Thank you, Professor. Did you enjoy it?
Oh, I've read it with some interest, particularly because of the flurry it has caused in certain literary circles.
I liked it.
Well, fair lady, it is pleasant in a way, but I found it much too wordy and flowery for my more austere tastes. Didn't you, Skipper?
No.
Oh.
I enjoyed its richness of language, but then I like words and flowers.
Yes, of course. A very gifted dramatist. Oh, by the way, Skipper, I stood up for you last evening.
You did? Well, thank you.
Oh, yes, Skipper, I took up the cudgels in your defense.
Oh, really? Oh, what about?
Oh, nothing serious, mind you. There was a discussion, and when certain, shall I say, impetuous statements were made, I couldn't resist raising my voice slightly in protest.
And that was jolly nice of you.
You spoke, fair lady?
Well, I'd appreciate knowing what these statements were, Professor. They might be true.
Oh, I hardly think so, Skipper. Just the irresponsible prattle of an idle tongue. What could be more ridiculous than to even suggest that you couldn't take time to attend to the practical problems of a university?
Are you asking, Professor, or is that what was said? I mean, is it a quote or a question?
Well, fair lady, perhaps I shouldn't have brought this up.
Yes, but who would suggest that...
Oh, dear, look at the time. It's nearly dinner. I must be off. Thank you again for the fireplace, Skipper. We must sit down and have a real discussion on it one day.
Yes, I think one day would be... goodbye, Professor Heaslip.
Yes, goodbye, Professor.
Goodbye, fair lady. And, Skipper, I wouldn't give it a moment's thought if I were you. It was just that I was so surprised about Agnes. Dean Huxley. I didn't know she felt that way about you. Well, I must fly.
There goes an idle tongue full of irresponsible prattle, if ever I heard one.
Well, you can't take him seriously. As my father used to say, a fool's tongue is always long enough to cut his own throat.
As my mother used to say, it's better to plant a seed of goodwill than to put a crumb in another man's bed.
Very good, Vicky.
Yeah, I wish he'd stop saying fair lady. Fair lady. Sounds like a bus conductor. And the way he backed off and changed the subject when you stood up to him about the Fry play. Huh?
Well, Heaslip is a man of many sentences and a few convictions. And what did he mean about Dean Huxley? What nonsense.
Yes. Johnny, you never finished telling me about how you vanquished Professor Fisher.
Fisher? Oh, well, now, what I think of it, I shouldn't take too much credit because I had him from the very beginning. Realizing the weakness in his case, I could afford to bide my time and do nothing.
Well, but you said you pounced on him.
Oh, why, I didn't really pounce. I just made a small point. It really wasn't such a... You know, it is surprising, Agnes Huxley. I've always had a great personal regard for our Dean of Women, And, well, I felt there was a mutual...
Of course, darling. You know she likes you. Now, come on. Now, what about Fisher?
Well, what could I have done or said that would have made her change?
Well, who says she's changed? There's nobody on the staff more loyal to you.
After all, there's nothing surprising about her saying I didn't have time to attend to all the problems of a university. The president of any college has to budget his activities by the very complex nature of the...
Yes, come in, Louisa. Excuse me, Dr. Hall.
Oh, yes, Louisa.
I forgot to tell you she called this morning, said she couldn't make it. And Mrs. Hall, he said the dollar was for coming over here. And I told him you don't pay for just visiting without fixing it. Certainly not. Fixing what? Oh, don't worry, it's working now. And Dr. Hall, she said she was sorry.
She?
But it's not worth $1, Miss Hall. I wouldn't pay it if I
Oh,
were.
no, indeed.
I'd gladly pay $1 just to find out what he came to fix. $2.
$3.50.
$4.75.
Any other bids? Going at $4.75 to the beautiful lady with the blue eyes. Sold. Wrap it up, Louisa.
I don't know what you're talking about, Dr. Hall. You can be very confusing at times.
I'm afraid I didn't catch the name of who it was that was sorry she couldn't make it and what it was she was sorry she couldn't make.
You didn't? It was a committee meeting. Miss Dean Huxley.
Dean Huxley? Do you mean she can't attend the faculty advisors' meeting tomorrow night?
I wouldn't know. Said she wouldn't be there, is all. Seems to me people should leave plugs in where they belong. Icebox didn't work all morning. Well, I have my work to do. Claudie, I think I've got it. Louisa knocked the plug out of the refrigerator and didn't know it. Called the repairman, and by the time he got here, she discovered her mistake.
It's the first time I can remember Dean Huxley missing an important committee meeting. Of course, there needn't be any connection. I mean, this couldn't have anything to do with her criticism of me. Do you think?
Oh, she's probably just swamped with studio problems. She works awfully hard, Toddy.
Yes, I realize that. A very capable woman. And her department is rather short-staffed. I wonder... Yes, that could be it. She did say she needed another assistant. But that was a year ago, and it was the Board of Governors who turned down the request. I never thought she would hold me personally responsible for that.
Well, I'm still waiting, darling.
Waiting? What for, Vicky?
Well, won't you please tell me how you gave Professor Fisher the coup de grace?
Oh, yes, Professor Fisher. Yes, well, I'm afraid I exaggerated a bit. It wasn't really a conquest, you know. Just a minor skirmish. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure I scored my point at all.
Oh, darling. Now, don't let Heaslip's forked tongue spoil your day. Well, you know what a fine woman Agnes Huxley is. You've always said there wasn't a more efficient and understanding dean of women anywhere.
Yes, and that's why I'm perturbed, Vicky. When such an able executive as Dean Huxley suddenly leaves a cryptic message that she can't attend a most important meeting, which, of course, has nothing to do with what she thinks of my administrative ability... Or has it? Well, I didn't know I was so lacking in understanding of the female faculty. Perhaps I should let the male staff alone for a while and concentrate on the distaff.
The Voice of America is bringing you this presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
As we return to the Halls of Ivy, it's noon the next day, and Mrs. Hall has just returned from town when she's intercepted by her housekeeper, Louisa.
It's none of my business, Mrs. Hall. I got that recipe for the clam chowder from my great aunt in Savannah. He always liked it before. Nobody else I know makes it the same. And he just said, no, thank you. That's all.
Well, I wouldn't take that too seriously, Louisa. Perhaps Dr. Hall didn't feel like soup today.
Not that I believe in keeping a good recipe a secret. It's the bell pepper makes it. I'll mash and strain it first.
Yes. Well, thank you. I'll call you if I want anything.
All right. But mind how you walk. I got a cake in the oven. Looks good, too. My sister says that's why she won't own a vacuum cleaner. Huh? Says you can't pull a straw out of it to stick in the cake and see if it's done. All right, I'll be careful. I was going to practice jumping over the sofa, but it can wait. Hello, darling.
Vicky, I believe I have it. It wasn't a year ago when the Board of Governors refused to add another assistant. It was at least 6 months before that. Remember when the delegations from those two sororities came to see me about a pledge they both claimed?
Yes. And you told them they were big girls now and to work it out for themselves. And, darling, Louise has got a cake in the oven. If you must keep pacing, please do it on tiptoe.
Well, I can't pace on tiptoe, darling. It'd look ridiculous. But, you see, Dean Huxley must have found out that the girls had come to me instead of to her. And even with the most intelligent of women, those things rankle, you know.
She would never hold a thing like that against you or anything else. As a matter of fact, I just ran into her an hour ago.
You did? What did she say?
Oh, the usual hello and how are you, and she was in a terrible hurry, so we didn't actually settle.
Do you mean she didn't speak to you?
I didn't say that.
Well, I don't want to put a false construction on a minor incident, but it would surprise me if she held it against you, too.
Buddy, if I weren't the president's wife, and I thought nobody would recognize me, I'd march over to Heaslip's house or class or wherever that windbag is at the moment and give him a good punch in the nose for carrying tales. You know me, one round Cromwell.
Well, Vicky, I have none of the conventional prejudices against women in executive positions, but I've found that they have a tendency to emotionalize issues, to take the personal rather than the objective point of view. I can understand how Dean Huxley has misconstrued my action in the sorority matter as a peremptory assumption of authority, but I'm sorry that she allowed this to influence her judgment. I take this committee meeting tonight. She should be there. Why isn't she coming?
Well, maybe a cousin's sick, or if she's got a cousin, or possibly she's been evicted from her house and has to move tonight. I mean, there could be a dozen reasons. Maybe she's sitting on a jury. There are a dozen reasons right there.
Whatever it is, why did she just leave a message without any explanation? Now, why did she complain to Heaslip of all people? Why, if she had a complaint, didn't she come directly to me? Vicky, there's only one thing to do.
And I've already done it.
What?
Well, when I met Dean Huxley, I said, hello, Agnes, I said. And then I said, if you don't mind the fib, Dr. Hall said he would like to see you. So, she said she'd come over this afternoon. Do you mind?
Mind? Of course not. Oh, any further postponement would only widen the breach. However, I shall have to find a delicate way to remind her of the danger of letting small grievances grow into crises. And I must firmly recommend that in the future, if she have any protest, she give me the original, not the duplicate. I prefer not to be a pawnbroker of protests, dealing in second-hand complaints.
Well, you have no idea, Agnes, how happy I am you were able to make it this afternoon.
Well, you know, Victoria, I was almost ashamed to come here.
What?
Dr. Hall, I've been having a guilty feeling about you.
Oh? Well, why should you feel guilty about me, Dean Huxley?
Well, I haven't been to see you.
I don't know how you find time to see yourself with all the desperate, dramatic crises of charming and slightly distraught young ladies who crowd under your wing.
Yes, I sometimes feel like a mother hen with her peeping chicks. But I don't know why I should complain. That's my job.
But it's your prerogative to complain. Without protest, there can be no progress. And without constant challenge, we would all doze on a featherbed of complacency. No, Dean Huxley, I must insist. You have every right to complain.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Hall. But, complain about what?
Well, if you haven't got a complaint handy, Agnes, think fast. Make one up. Now's your chance.
Oh, no, I'm sure Dr. Hall has enough on his hands without my small problems. I may be a mother hen, but he's running the whole chicken ranch.
Well, I try to do what I can, but with the multitude and variety of my duties and obligations, many of which, of course, extend beyond the campus itself, I'm left with only limited time to attend to what are sometimes called the practical problems of a university. So I can have no sensitivity about anyone who may criticize my particular allocation of interests and energies and...
Dr. Hall, what on earth do you mean? Why, I've never known you to refuse to listen to any problems that came up here at Ivy. Honestly, I don't know how you find the time to do it.
Well, I've always believed that the primary obligation of an administrator is accessibility. That's why there is no door to my office in the administration building.
William said that either he or the door would eventually become unhinged, so he beat the gun and took the door off.
Well, I hope the privilege of free entry isn't abused, Dr. Hall. You can't be expected to do everybody's job. I had a set-to with a faculty member about this very thing a day or so ago.
Oh, really?
Heaslip? Why, yes. He wanted us to go trotting to you with a small dispute before we even had a chance to work it out for ourselves. I told him he was silly to bother you with it, that you had far more important things on your mind.
Oh, so that's what was said. Dean Huxley, I feel a most profound apology coming on.
Oh, that crumb planter. A finer example of verbal skullduggery I have never heard.
Yes, a few minor word changes, a slight difference of inflection, even the raising of one eyebrow, and you have a total change of meaning.
Why, so he did come to you with this after all. I can imagine what he said and what you've been thinking.
Oh, well,
Why, that nasty old... Oh, excuse me.
No, go right ahead. You can speak freely without any fear of contradiction from me, at any rate.
I'm sorry. But at the moment, just thinking about Professor Heaslip makes me cross.
I know. All he has to say is good afternoon, and you start wishing you brought your umbrella.
Well, Agnes, I don't mind telling you that this has relieved my mind.
Well, now that I'm here, perhaps you'd like to know what started off this chain reaction.
We certainly would.
Well, you see, a sophomore got snowed in on a skiing weekend, missed an early Monday morning quiz with Professor Heaslip, and he's refused to give her a chance to take it later.
But why?
Well, it sounds like a good enough excuse.
Well, you know our ruling on lateness, Dr. Hall, and Heaslip refused to make an exception. The girl wrote her father, and he's coming into town tonight to see me. That's why I can't be at the committee meeting.
Oh, I see. Well, Dean Huxley, I don't want to intervene, but if you'd like me to see the girl's father, I'll be only too happy to do so.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Hall, but I'm sure I can placate him. But there is something you can do for me.
Oh?
Will you please get Heaslip out of my hair?
Well, I'll do my best. As an ornament in anyone's coiffure, he leaves a little to be desired. But at the same time, I shall have to commend him.
For what? Not starting the Chicago fire?
No, for bringing to our attention, in however a roundabout way, a matter which should be near the top of our agenda. It's high time we examined the whole problem of student rules and brought them up to date.
Yes. You do still seem to have hoop skirt regulations which are a little difficult to sit down in.
So I shall appoint a committee to bring the whole subject before the Student Legislative Council. And to be sure that something is accomplished, I would like our Dean of Women to serve on that committee.
Why, I'll be glad to. Thank you, Dr. Hall. And my apologies for losing my temper about Heaslip.
Oh, and my apologies to you. I've been forcibly reminded that the loyalty of friends mustn't depend upon a constant reiteration of it. I have learnt with Molière that doubts are more cruel than the worst of truth.
Forget, oh, we far down the hall and disappeared. But as we sadly start our journeys far apart, a part of every heart will linger here in the sacred halls of ivy, where we've lived and learned to know that through the years we'll see you in the sweet afterglow. We'll remember halls of ivy in the sweet afterglow.
From Hollywood, the Mel Blanc Show, brought to you each week by the Colgate-Palmolive Peep Company, makers of Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle. Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you Mel Blanc in his own Fix-It shop with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and Mel himself playing that delightful character Zookie. Here he is, the star of our show, Mel Blanc. It's early morning in the Fix-It shop, and like any other wide-awake businessman, Mel is getting a clear picture of what's going on in town. No, he isn't reading a paper. He doesn't have to, as long as Mr. Snoop, the gossipy postman, pays his daily visit.
Any mail for me, Mr. Snoop? No, don't rush me, Mel. I'm having trouble with my mail bag again. All bursted out to the seams.
Well, okay. Let me have it. I'll fix it.
Oh, thank you, Mel. Never saw such uninteresting mail as I have this morning.
It's too bad Esquire only comes out once a month, huh?
I see Mr. Blodgett's liver is acting up again. Got a bill here for him from his doctor.
Hey, how can you tell so much about everybody from the mail?
Oh, tell most anything, Mel, just by looking at the envelope. Why, you know I followed the courtship of Widow Parker and her fella for 5 years. At first, all the letters was airmail, special delivery.
Couldn't wait to be together, huh?
Yeah. And then they started squabbling. Letters began coming just plain airmail, then regular mail. Yes, sir, I knew just the day they called it quits, too. You know how?
Started writing postcards.
No. A letter come. 2 cents postage due.
Okay, Mr. Snoop, here's your bag.
Oh, thank you.
Now, how about my mail?
Oh, you got just a postcard this morning, Mel. Let me see what it said. A community chess drive announces the appearance of Betty Rhodes at the Municipal Auditorium. And, can't make out the small type here on the bottom. Left my glasses to hum.
Well, don't take it to heart, Mr. Snoop. I can read my own mail.
You know, today's mail is full of these here postcards. Got one here for your girl kid brother, Tommy.
Oh, sure. Tommy's president of the Betty Rhodes fan club in town.
I was talking to some of the kids. They want a whole little party for Miss Rhodes. They can't find a place.
Say, wait a minute.
What's the matter, Mel?
Well, why don't I talk to Tommy and tell him they can get together with Miss Rhodes right here in the Fix-It shop?
Oh, I don't know. You know, Miss Rhodes is a pretty big star. That's why the kids are so particular.
Oh, my girl Betty's always saying I ought to get some publicity for the Fix-It shop. This is my big chance. I'll get the place all cleaned up for him.
Oh, still don't know.
Well, I'll tell Tommy I know Miss Rhodes, that we went to school together.
Did you?
Well, in a way. Of course, they were different schools. Oh, but you gotta use a little imagination in this business.
Well, I wish you luck. Sure like that song Miss Rhodes sings in the jukebox in Thompson's ice cream parlor. Rumors are flying, there's no denying.
Yeah, rumors are flying. Might be a good song for you, Mr. Snoop.
It might be if I wasn't one for minding my own business. Well, so long, Mel. Rumors are flying.
Goodbye, Mr. Snoop. Tommy?
Oh, say, Mel, is that true what you said on the phone? Yeah, I mean about knowing Betty Rhodes personally?
Well, I don't like to brag,
Oh,
but...
gosh, my future brother-in-law is really solid. Right on the beam. Hey, man, slip me some skin.
Huh?
Well, you dig me, don't you? I said, slip me some skin.
Where am I going to get some? I'm wearing all I got.
Oh, boy, are you booty.
Booty?
Well, yeah, you know. Mellow Rooney.
Oh, that explains everything.
Well, now, you take Betty Rhodes.
Oh.
Of course, I don't have to tell you, you being such an old friend.
Of course.
Say, you know what makes her such a nickel snatcher at the jukeboxes?
Booty?
Right. She's a reet sweet with a mellow beat. Don't you agree?
Oh, but definitely. I think. But look, Tommy, how about my proposition?
Oh, it's a deal. Miss Rhodes will meet her fan club here in the Fix-It Shop this afternoon at 4 o'clock.
Good boy, Tommy.
Oh, and I'll send our secretary, Ruthie Nelson, over with the phonograph, and she'll help you clean up the shop, too.
Fine.
Well, so long, Mel. Everything's gonna be just Lucy.
Sure. Booty. Why not? Miss Rhodes will come in. I'll say, hello, Betty. She'll have to say hello to me. We will know each other. It's simple. But if it's so simple, why am I so scared?
Mel, is it true what everybody's saying, that you're a personal friend of Miss Rhodes?
Oh, that. Well, you see, Betty...
We've heard her on the jukebox so many times, and you never even told me.
Oh, I guess it just slipped my mind, honey.
Oh, I know. You were afraid I might be jealous. Now, weren't you?
Well...
Of course, that's it. But, darling, I don't mind at all. I think it's wonderful. Why, even Father was impressed when Tommy told him. Do you know what Daddy said?
No, but I can guess. He probably went...
That's right. But this time he meant it affectionately.
I don't know. How can you bite somebody's head off affectionately?
Well, tell me, Mel, what's Betty Rhodes like?
Well, honey, she's, a girl.
You certainly don't miss a thing, do you?
Well, she's, booty.
What?
Yeah, she's a reet sweet with a mellow beat.
What?
And you can take my word for it, too.
Well, I don't know if I like you knowing her that well.
Oh, honey, I'm just doing this to get some publicity for the Fix-It Shop.
Well, anyway. Oh, yes, I almost forgot.
What's that?
Well, Daddy's coming over here, and he said that since you know Miss Rhodes so well, there's a big favor you can do for him.
Isn't he a little too old for autographs?
Oh, darling. No, it's something else. He was very secretive about it. He said if all this is true, he'll be your friend for life.
Gosh, that would be swell.
But he said if all this was a gag, he'd...
Yeah, I know. And he's strong enough to do it, too.
Of course, I told him it couldn't be a gag. That'd be silly.
Ridiculous.
Well, darling, I'll see you this afternoon when Miss Rhodes gets here. I can hardly wait. Bye.
So long, honey. Gosh, how am I going to do any favor for Mr. Colby when I never even saw Miss Rhodes in my life? Well, I'm going through with it anyway. When she comes in, I'll just step up like an old friend, and I'll say, hello, Rhodesy. I know the exact words I'm going to use. Gosh, I wonder what word she's going to use. Oh, no, she couldn't. She's too much of a lady.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble dims your chance of being someone's big romance. You think that this breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, could be hurting your romance? Let Colgate tooth powder help you. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate Tooth Powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Well, Mel's decided to get some publicity for his fix-it shop, and so he told a little white lie about knowing Betty Rhodes personally. Mel's girlfriend is duly impressed, and even her father, Mr. Colby, is beginning to see Mel in a different light.
Hello, Mr. Colby. What was that, Mr. Colby? Yeah, it is kind of warm in here.
Mel, is it true what they're saying, Tommy, Betty, everybody, about you and Betty Rhodes being such good friends?
Well, sure, that's right.
I wouldn't be surprised if she was an old flame of yours, huh?
Oh, not exactly a flame. Just sort of a flicker.
Well, anyway, that's good. That's wonderful. There's something you can do for me, son.
Son? Gosh, Mr. Colby, you just called me son.
Well, now, Mel, don't I always call you son?
Yeah, but that's only the beginning. Son do this and son do that.
Yes. Well, between you and me, Mel, between you and me, I am not just a manager of a supermarket. There's a side of me even you haven't seen.
Oh, you probably look the same on both sides.
Yes. Ever since I was a kid, I wanted to be a songwriter. Why, 20 years ago, for instance, I just missed the Wheel of Fortune.
You did?
Yeah. I wrote a song, but it flopped. Someone had written Who Threw the Overalls in Mrs. Murphy's Chowder.
Well, what was the name of your song?
Who Dunked the Pajamas in Mr. Colucci's Minestrone? Yes, everybody steals my ideas, but now I have a new song, and nobody can steal this one.
Why not?
Hasn't got a title. Oh, Melvin, my son, you get Betty Rhodes to sing it, and I'll do anything I can for you.
But, Mr. Colby...
But if you mess it up, you know what that means.
Yeah. Gosh, it's getting warmer in here all the time.
Well, son, can I depend on you?
Sure, I'll tell Rhodesy.
Rhodesy? You must know her real well. That's great.
How does your song go?
Oh, 2 eyes of a blue, a heart that is so true.
Blue?
Yes, like it?
Well, it sounds like a great song for a hoot owl.
Huh?
Well, you know, it sounds a little familiar.
Of course it does. I just sang it to you.
Oh. Well, okay, Mr. Colby. I'll tell Rhodesy all about it.
Oh, fine. I'll be here to sing it for her myself. 2 eyes of blue.
Nephew, now I have heard everything.
Did you hear Mr. Colby?
Yes, and how can he yell like that with no one beating him?
Gosh, Uncle Rupert, I think I'm getting a little nervous.
Here. You better let your old uncle give you a little advice about the right approach when you meet a lady of the theater.
Oh, please, I'm in enough trouble.
For instance, when I used to wait at the stage door for Lillian Russell every night, I was the very epitome of courtliness and gallantry.
So you've told me.
Why, when that great lady came out of the theater, I'd meet her with a low bow. Then I'd guide her gently to her carriage. I tell you, the stage door Johnnies didn't have a chance when I was around.
That's because you were the doorman.
To be sure.
Gosh, Tommy said some girl named Ruthie Nelson was going to bring a phonograph and help me tidy up the shop. Where is she?
I wouldn't worry about Ruthie Nelson, nephew. You'd better worry about Betty Rhodes.
Well, I'll let you in on a little secret. I am.
Oh, pardon me, young man. Is this the right way to Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop?
Why, sure, just around the corner. Say, aren't you Betty Rhodes?
Why, yes, uh-huh.
Oh, gosh, Betty Rhodes. Oh, gosh, I don't know what to say. You know, I seen your pictures, and Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop is just around the corner, and your old pal Mel Blanc just can't wait to see you.
Old pal? I just want him to fix my phonograph.
Oh, well, I'll see you later, Miss Rhodes.
All right, thanks a lot, Sonny. Oh, pardon me. I brought this phonograph in, and
Oh, you must be Ruthie Nelson. Here's your broom. You can start sweeping out the place. Hey, where you been?
What?
Oh, Tommy sent you over for the Betty Rhodes meeting, didn't he?
Oh, you must be the one who's Betty Rhodes' old pal.
Oh, pal. Oh, I'm the only one who ever called her Rhodesy.
Rhodesy?
Yep. She called me Melzy. We're practically lifelong friends. Well, look, kid, you better get busy with that broom, huh?
With a broom?
Yeah, and here's a rag. You can start dusting when you're through. Everything's got to be spick and span when she gets here. I got a big favor to ask her, Rhodesy.
Well, I'm sure you're going to get just what you're asking for, Melzy. Oh, my aching back.
What's the matter, Ruthie? Tired?
Yes, and I'm beginning to wonder if Betty Rhodes is worth all this trouble.
Oh, how can you say that? You secretary of her fan club. Here, take all this trash in the back of the shop. Zuki will tell you what to do with it.
Zuki?
Yeah, he's my assistant.
Well, okay.
Well, everything's shaping up.
Well, I guess this must be the back of the shop.
And my shad, and my shad, people will say we're in love.
Are you Zuki?
Sure, I'm
Well, look, Zuki, where do I put this trash, huh?
Trash? Oh, just put it in the ash. Put it in the incinerator. In. Sweep it under the rug.
Say, Zuki, where did Mel meet Miss Rose?
Oh, he's only making believe. So he can get on the right side of his girl's father.
Oh, I see.
Hey, you know, I'd like to be a singer, too.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, I'm not bad. Listen. One meatball. It's Chiquita banana. Pickle in the middle and the munching on. Pickle in the middle.
Well, what's the matter, Zuki?
I think I'm getting a stomach ache.
Gosh, Nell, in half a day the fix-it shop has become the talk of the town.
Yeah, honey, I guess my little publicity stunt's going over with a bang.
Tommy and the rest of the fan club should be here any minute.
Now, look, son.
Yes, Mr. Colby?
When you talk about my song to Rhodesy, say it's beautiful, sensational, soul-stirring. You know, two eyes of a blue, a heart that is true.
Please, Father, not again.
Oh, hi, everybody.
Oh, Tommy.
Oh, when's Miss Rose going to be here, Tommy?
Be here? She's been here for 2 hours.
What?
Well, sure, I showed her how to get here. And here's her phonograph.
Oh, but that's Ruthie Nelson's.
Oh, no, it isn't. Ruthie couldn't make it. That belongs to Betty Rhodes. You see? Here are her initials. B.R.
That's Ruthie. Somebody slapped me on the back.
Something wrong, Mel? Shall I get you a glass of water?
Yeah. Put some poison in it.
Mel, what's the matter?
Darling, what is it?
Hey, look, everybody, I might as well tell you. I don't know.
Well, hello, everybody.
Oh, hello, Miss Rhodes.
Well, aren't you going to say hello, Melzy?
Melzy? Look, Miss Rhodes.
Oh, Melzy. Call me Rhodesy.
Rhodesy? I must be off my nutsy.
Oh, come on now, honey. Don't be so embarrassed. Melzy, you didn't embarrass so easily when we went to school together.
School? Huh? Oh, sure. I remember the last time I said goodbye to you, Rhodesy. You cried like a baby.
I did.
Of course, you was only 2 years old.
And just think, in the meantime, you've become a big, aggressive businessman.
Remember me? 2 eyes of blue, a heart that is true.
You hear something, Miss Rhodes?
Yes, frightening, isn't it?
Miss Rhodes, Rhodesy, my future father-in-law here, Mr. Colby, he's got a new song he wrote. He'd like you to sing it for him.
Oh, say, the kids will be here any minute. Let me put on your new Victor record. Rumors are flying.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Go right ahead, Tommy.
Rumors are flying that you got me sighing, that I'm in a crazy kind of a daze, a lazy sort of a haze. When I go walking, I hear people talking. They say our affair is not just a passing phase, and they whisper about the flowers you keep sending me by the dozen, and they wonder about the hours that you spend with me. It keeps them buzzing. Rumors are flying, and I'm not denying that people are sure I'm falling in love with you. 'Cause for a change, darling, all the rumors are true. And they whisper about the flowers you keep sending me by the dozen, and they wonder about the hours that you spend with me. It keeps them buzzing. Rumors are flying, and I'm not denying that people are sure I'm falling in love with you. 'Cause for a change, darling, all the rumors are true.
Didn't you say you wrote a song you wanted me to sing?
Oh, I've been robbed again.
Daddy, where are you going?
Colby is flying. There's no denying.
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, can lose you friends and alienate people. So ask yourself if you could have this social handicap. Best thing to do is to guard against it. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Gosh, we had a lot of fun tonight. Thanks, Betty Rhodes, for dropping in.
Oh, it was a pleasure, Millsy. And goodbye, Zuki.
Hello.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
The Mel Blanc Show was written by David Victor and Herb Little Jr. and was produced and directed by Joe Ryan. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Ford Dealers of America present The Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Bing Crosby, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fendley, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar speaking for your friendly Ford dealer. If you've been in Detroit lately, you know everyone's saying, "What Ford?" Perhaps you've been trying to pump your Ford dealer to get some inside advance information. Well, your Ford dealer can begin to give you a few facts about the car, but he says, wait till you see it. After all, the brand new 49 Ford will soon be here. Soon you can see for yourself the car with the look of the year, the ride of the year. In fact, it's the car of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last day of National Airmail Week. And paying a tribute to National Airmail Week, we bring you a male who shouldn't be on the air. He's Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Kenny, I hope you observed National Airmail Week.
Yes, I was high all week.
I had better jokes than that before the show, and nothing happened. No kidding. And they said you were high all week, and they said that you would never get you off the ground. Well, you showed them, Kenny.
Yeah, well, did you celebrate National Airmail Week, Fred?
Yes, Kenny. All week I smoked wings. You know, people today don't appreciate our airmail service, Kenny. Do you realize how many people it takes, truck drivers, messengers on motorcycles, pilots on planes, and postmen on foot, to get an airmail letter from here to California?
Yeah, it sure is some operation.
Yes, it is, Kenny. Where else can you get that much action for practically nothing?
Only at a Wallace rally.
Right you are. Say, Kenny, I forgot. Did you know that this week we are also starting National Foot Week?
Say, National Foot Week reminds me.
Reminds you?
Yeah, feet remind me of dogs, and dogs remind me of frankfurters.
So?
If the bakers go on strike this week, the baseball parks will have no rolls to go with their hot dogs.
No rolls?
No rolls.
Kenny, with the new Ford coming out, who's worried about the rolls?
I'm sorry, Fred. I can't laugh at that joke.
Well, nothing to be embarrassed about. You aren't the only one, Kenny. You want to give it some thought? Are you sure?
Positive.
Kenny, it so happens this weekend the Ford dealers are having their convention here in New York. They are here to see for the first time the new Ford car. Kenny, tonight, every man in our audience is a Ford dealer. And the Ford dealers, as you may have heard, are our sponsors.
Fred, what was that joke again?
With the new Ford coming out, who's worried about the road? Kenny, you are in the bag for next year. Tell me what, now it's my time to worry. What else is new?
Well, some lady in Washington is campaigning to have women's faces put on paper money.
Say, why should women have their faces on money? They've got their hands on most of the money now, Kenny. And speaking of money, did you hear Jack Benny's program tonight?
Yeah, Jack wasn't on his program last week.
I know. You know, I thought the show was much stronger last Sunday than tonight?
Robert Taylor took Jack's place.
Well, that shows you with that program, Kenny. Anybody can take Jack Benny's place. A tailor, a shoemaker, a street cleaner, a barbecue pit operator. What are you laughing at?
Well, with the new Ford coming out, who's worried about the road?
Oh, now wait a minute. Kenny, before you start overdoing it, I think I had better leave here and get going in the general direction of Allen's Alley.
Well, what is your question tonight, Fred?
Well, this past week, the United Parents Committee urged parents to listen to the radio with their children and to set aside definite periods for family listening. And so our question is, what are you doing about your radio listening?
Shall we go?
As the two snowballs said when they started rolling downhill, who's going to stop it? It's a wonderful night in Allen's Alley, Kenny. Say, there are some planks missing from the Claghorn front steps. Look, the senator must be putting his platform together. Oh, well, let's knock.
Somebody's belaboring my clapboards. Oh, it's you, son.
Yes, Senator.
Accelerate, son. I'm busier than the jockey's whip on a long shot coming down the stretch. I just got back from Oregon. I went out to hear that Sass and Dewey debate.
Well, how did the debate come out, Senator?
As the new bride said when she broke the egg in the coffee ground, she didn't settle nothing. People say Stasson's ideas will drive the communists underground. That's a lot of gobbledygook.
Gobbledygook?
Son, today you can't go underground unless you see one man.
Harold Stasson?
John L. Lewis.
Well, tell me, what about Mr. Dewey?
Dewey says keep the communists out in the open.
So?
With the communists out in the open, you can't tell them from everybody else. Yeah, with the housing shortage, everybody's out in the open.
Well, Senator, where do you think the communists should go?
Don't tempt me, son. I'm on the air. But if you... See me after the program. The place I got in mind will melt that iron curtain.
But look,
Sic semper non sequitur nux vomico.
What is that?
It's Latin.
Well, I know it's Latin, but what does it mean?
Go ask your druggist, son.
Well, Senator, our question tonight is about radio listening. What program do you listen to?
Well, son, there's only one way they can get me to listen to the radio.
How?
They get all the Republicans together and put all those Republicans on one program.
All the Republicans? Well, what would you call the program?
People are funny. So long, son. So long, that is. So long,
Well, the Senator's got something there. Let's see how Mr. Moody feels about it.
Howdy, Bob.
Tell me, Mr. Moody, what about your radio listening?
Why, I used to keep a radio in the barn.
Yeah?
I'd turn it on while I was doing my chores.
Well, what was your favorite program?
The Grand Ole Opry.
You like the Grand Ole Opry, eh?
Yeah, one minute I was laughing, and the next minute I was crying.
Yeah?
Then I was laughing and crying together.
Your emotions alternated.
I was laughing and crying together.
Well, that's nice.
When Red Foley would sing, "This bale of new alfalfa I cut from Mother's grave," I'd bend over the milk pail and start crying fit to bust.
Well, I can see how you'd be affected.
Yeah, and then Rod Brassfield, the fellow from Hole in the Wall, Tennessee,
yeah,
he'd start cutting didos, and I'd be rolling in the hay, tittering and laughing like a loon.
Oh, good. You're enjoying it, huh?
Sing, I wrapped on the hearse, Granny darling. But Granny, you didn't look out. And I'd start blubbering again.
Well, tell me, are you still listening to Grand Ole Opry?
No. Radio's broke.
What happened?
Well, one of my hands is nearsighted.
Nearsighted?
One night after I turned off Grand Ole Opry,
yeah,
This hen, she crawled inside the radio.
Uh-huh.
She backed into something that felt round.
One of the tubes, eh?
Yeah, it was still warm.
Uh-huh.
Well, the hen being nearsighted, she thought she'd laid an egg.
Oh, yes.
She backed up and she sat on it.
You mean that hen?
She sat on that tube until she hatched it.
Your hen hatched a radio tube, or what came out?
A big chicken that's the spitting image of Mary Margaret McBride. So long.
Oh, that's silly. Mary Margaret's no chicken. Anyone would know. Let's try this next door.
Howdy, Jeffy.
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum. Tell me, do you listen to the radio?
Not lately. Confidentially from Mrs. Bloomberg, I'm learning mine lessons.
Well, what happened? What happened to Mrs. Bloomberg?
Well, always Mrs. Bloomberg is going to quiz programs.
Oh, quiz programs, huh?
On a program, taking it or we will giving it to you. For barking like a dog while blindfolded.
Yes.
Mrs. Bloomberg is winning a refrigerator, also a motorboat autographed by Guy Lombardo.
Mrs. Bloomberg was lucky.
On truth and subsequences, for dancing the Big Apple with a wildcat,
Yes.
she's winning a sleeping bag, also a guaranteed moose call.
Oh,
And on Cover Girl for a day, she is winning 200 manhole covers.
Mrs. Bloomberg had a streak.
Oh, and morons are suddenly millionaires.
Yes.
For eating an antipasto with chopsticks
Yes.
while sitting in 2 pounds pot cheese.
Yes.
Also simultaneously singing Nature Boy.
Yes.
She is winning a diesel locomotive with 2 miles of track.
She is going places, Mrs. Bloomberg. Radio, I must say, has been good to Mrs. B.
Also, it is her undoing.
Undoing? Where is Mrs. Bloomberg today?
She is living wearing a mandarin coat in Japan.
In Japan?
Well, last year on a program, everybody is going on a vacation.
Yes.
Mrs. Bloomberg is winning a ticket to Tokyo first class.
Well, why can't Mrs. Bloomberg get back from Japan?
The ticket is only one way.
Oh, I see. Well, one more call and we can leave the alley. I wonder if Mr. Cassidy is around.
Now, what's on the hook? I'm not going to take out
Well, Mr. Cassidy, how are you tonight?
Oh, terrible.
What's wrong?
I got Alaskan indigestion.
Alaskan indigestion?
I've been eating too much of that frozen food.
Frozen food?
For 2 days I've been coughing up snow.
Golly.
Look at the front of me suit.
Say, what's all that white stuff?
My stomach's so cold it's frost on me vest.
Frost?
If I ever get gas on me stomach, it'll be a blizzard. Oh.
Well, Jack, what about your radio listening?
Well, once a week, as regular as clockwork, I turn on the radio.
What programs do you tune in?
Only one program, me boy, the University of Chicago Roundtable.
Well, how come, Ajax, you listen to an intellectual show like the University of Chicago Roundtable?
I happen to be a charter member of the 3rd Avenue Guild for the Preservation of Culture and Genteel Tippling.
Culture and Genteel Tippling?
Once a week the guild meets in the back room at Kerrigan's Cozy Corner.
I see.
First the grand omnipotent pharaoh called the roll.
The roll.
Then every paid-up member is served a quart of liquor and a small individual barrel of beer.
I see.
Then the bottles are opened and the bung starters commence their foamy function.
Uh-huh.
As glasses are set up, I lean over, Jesse.
Yes.
I turn on the radio and tune in the University of Chicago Roundtable.
And then?
The 3rd Avenue Guild for the Preservation of Culture and Genteel Tippling starts to carry out its lofty objective.
And as the program goes on...
We ignore it. We don't know what they're talking about.
Then why do you tune in the round table?
Or to remind us.
The round table reminds you of what?
To have round after round until we're under the table.
Maestro Goodman has finally gotten himself in the mood to play. The five DeMarco sisters courtesy to Maestro Goodman. All is ready, and the DeMarcos sing Betty Blue. Girl?
Betty Blue likes Bobby Gray, and she likes Bill White too. Gray and White come round each night to woo young Betty Blue. Betty Blue likes Georgie Green, and Tom Brown thrills her too. And over town will see them from her sweet Aunt Betty Blue. Each night the ribbon in her hair is gray or green or white. The one whose color that she wears can stay and hold it tight. Does Betty Blue love gray or brown, green or white or who? Oh, Betty, who's your steady, pretty Betty Blue? Tell you who, Betty Blue met Johnny Black, and who she likes him too. Gray and white got such a fright when they saw black and blue. Now gray and brown and green and white are in a stew. Betty's wacky over Blackie, and the boys are blue over Betty. Pretty little Betty Blue.
Thank you, girls. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Fred.
Yes, Kenny?
How would you like to have a big job?
A big job? You mean like being vice president in charge of shad at the Fulton Fish Market?
Yeah, no, Fred. I'm talking about the new Ford big job. The most powerful truck Ford has ever built. It has a big 145 horsepower engine and a gross train weight rating of 39,000 pounds.
Say, that is a big job.
Yeah, and the big job is only one of over 139 great new Ford truck models, and they're all bonus built. Built extra strong to last longer. It's no wonder they're the big truck news today.
Well, look, I could have used a Ford truck 30 years ago, Kenny, when I was in vaudeville, juggling and carrying my cannonballs and Indian clubs around.
Oh, Fred, you ought to go back into vaudeville.
You really think so? Why?
In a Ford truck's new $1 million cab, you'd be the most comfortable juggler on the road.
Yeah?
All the drivers are raving about it.
Kenny, why tell me about the new Ford trucks and the $1 million cab? Vaudeville is dead. I can't use a truck today.
Fred, I just want you to see the new Ford truck. You'll go crazy about it.
And if I go crazy?
That'll make it unanimous. Everybody else is crazy about the new Ford truck. It's the hottest truck line in years.
Well, I'll see what I can. If this number had been finished, it would have been Tell Me a Story, played by Maestro Al Goodman and 25 bookmakers who followed the Maestro home from Belmont Park the opening day. And now, say, Kenny.
Yes, Fred?
I just remembered. Have you a piece of paper? I have to write my weekly letter to Portland.
Well, here's part of a radio script on this table.
Oh, thanks. Say, this is the back page of Front Page Tarot. I can write on this. Well, let me see. May 23rd, the date. Dear Portland, glad you liked last Sunday's program with Gracie Fields. You are wrong. I sang the song with Gracie. It wasn't Frank Munn. This week I finished reading a new book. It's The Life of Bing Crosby, and it gave me a great idea. If I could only find Bing. I heard he was in New York incognito using the name William Morrow. So last Thursday, I started out to track him down. This is the hotel, and this must be the Crosby suite. I just saw a horse go in the other door. Say, I wonder if Bing is in here still incognito. Well, I'll knock.
Yes?
Mr. William Morrow?
No, my name is Bing Crosby.
Well, Bing...
Look, Bud, if you're a song plugger or something, I do all my business through Nick Kenny, the writer of Moon Over Mother's Day.
Yeah,
And if it's about baseball, the Pirates have a bat, boy. So just look, no. You're trying to get Dorsey Lamour's telephone number. It'll cost you $15. That's what Hope charged me.
Well, Bing, you remember me. I'm Fred Allen.
Oh, Fred?
Yes. Capital A.
I didn't recognize you, Fred. You look wonderful.
I do?
The last time I saw you, you looked like a medical student's homework.
Well, I'll tell you why I'm here, Bing. I just finished reading that new book about your life.
Oh, how does the story finish? How do I end up?
You haven't read the book?
Oh, I've been too busy. I've been out hustling it.
Bing, you need
not only me. I've got Dixie and the kids. They're out peddling the book door to door.
No kidding.
Yeah, yesterday one of my kids had a little trouble, though.
What's trouble?
Well, he was going from house to house.
Yeah.
And he ran into Jim Farley working the same block with his book.
Jim Farley was out peddling?
Yes, and Jim is rough competition. You see, with the Farley story, Jim gives away a bottle of Coke. We can't have no premiums with our books.
Bing, you and I can take this book and make the story of your life. Make a picture of it. It'll gross $4 million.
Oh, no, Fred. I'm too busy.
Too busy to make $4 million?
Well, Fred, you can't take it with you.
Well, I know. But when Gabriel blows his horn, Bing, you can come back and look around for it. Tell me what do you say?
No, Fred, I got a lot of things to do. I have to be out at the ballpark every day with the Pittsburgh Pirates, you know. When we have a night game, I have to hold the lantern.
Oh, you hold the lantern?
Yeah.
Oh, Bing, why don't you forget about baseball?
Forget it. Why, this year Pittsburgh's going to win the pennant.
Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
What's wrong with the Dodgers?
That's what the Brooklyn fans want to know.
Tell me, what do you do when you're not with the Pirates?
Well, during the day, I'm generally tied up playing golf.
Yeah.
My nights are fraught with banquets and speaking engagements.
Speaking engagements?
Yes. Last night at the Philco Dealers Convention, I gave a short talk entitled, You Can Have Fun with the 1201.
This is for the Philco Dealers.
Yes. And then we had a rather spirited debate on whether the Philco television could be seen more clearly through a glass of beer or a highball.
Oh, that must have been interesting.
I handled the rebuttal for the highball.
Well, tell me, where else have you spoken?
Oh, I've been around. Last Tuesday, I was guest of honor at a chicken pluckers banquet in the Bronx.
Oh.
And Friday, I gave an exhibition at Roseland to plug my new picture, The Emperor's Waltz.
At Roseland?
Yeah.
Gad, Bing, you are a busy man.
Oh, yes. Tonight I may appear with Jack Eigen if I can find out who he is. Who is this Jack? Are you going to tell me later?
Yes, I give you a playing field on Congo. Bing, I tell you what I'll do. If you'll let me make the picture of your life, I will tell you who Jack Eigen is. Honor bright.
Son, by George. How does your story go?
Well, of course, you're the star. The picture opens in 1925. We open in Spokane, Washington. You are 10 years old. The first scene is the living room of the Crosby home.
Yes, we have no bananas. We have no bananas.
Oh, Bing.
Yes, Ma?
Is that you singing again?
It's a new song, Ma. Yes, we have no bananas.
Bing, you're always singing. Why aren't you ambitious like your brothers?
But, Ma!
Look at your brother Larry up at 4 o'clock every morning with his paper route.
Yes, Ma.
And brother Bob, the only boy with Western Union who owns his own bicycle.
Yes, Ma.
And little Everett working at the A&P. Why, every week Everett brings home $3 and all the groceries he can carry.
Ma!
You and your father are the only ones in the whole family not working.
Sit down, Ma. I'll sing you a song.
All right, Bing, but this is the last song today. Go ahead, son.
Gad Bing, what a scene.
You liked it?
That voice you had as a little boy. Tell me, when did your voice change?
The day Phil Spitali made me an offer.
That was tough.
I wasn't discouraged, though, Fred. I packed my bag, borrowed Brother Bob's bicycle, and I left Spokane for New York.
Well, how old were you?
By the time I arrived in New York, I was 20.
Great. When did you get your first break?
Well, one day I went to my agent's office.
Yeah.
Hello, Rosie.
Oh, it's you again, Crosby.
Any bookings for me today, Rosie?
Look, Crosby, I only book talent. You ain't got none. Now pick up your rhinestone megaphone and skidoo.
Ah, but Rosie, with the megaphone, I can be another Rudy Valley.
Who needs another Rudy Valley? How's it going to look 20 years from now with 2 Rudy Valleys out of work?
Ah, but Rosie, I even had my eyes slanted.
Rosie, you gotta help us out.
Yeah, what's up, Al?
The rhythm boys are in trouble, Rosie.
You hocked your tuxedos?
No. Our baritone's sick. The doctor says it may be malnutrition.
Malnutrition? If that's an epidemic, I'm getting vaccinated.
Rosie, you've got to get us a baritone.
Well, wait, what about me, fellas? I can sing baritone.
Well, who are you? What's your name, kid?
Bing Crosby.
Bing, my name's Al Rinker. This is Harry Barrett.
Well, I'm glad to know you, fellas.
Well,
give me a chance with the rhythm boys, will you? I'll make good.
Okay, Bing. Do you know Bye Bye Blues?
Oh, sure.
Let's see what you can do. 1, 2. Bye Bye Blues. Bum, 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 bum. Bye Bye Blues. Bum, 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 bum. Bells ring, birds sing, sun is shining, no more pining. La da da do la do day, la da da do la do day, la da da do la do day.
Bum 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 bum.
Don't cry, bye bye. I said bye bye, bye bye blue. Bum 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 bum. Bing, this will be a high spot in the picture.
Well, I guess so. The day I joined the Rhythm Boys, I was on my way.
Well, what happened next?
Opportunity knocked with a sledgehammer.
Opportunity?
A man named Hooper invented the radio.
Oh, say, I remember Hooper. In the early days, Hooper was calling people up to see what they were listening to, and they were listening to each other. Well, Hooper fixed that. He invented the radio.
And when Hooper turned around, there I was with Ma Perkins.
Great, we'll have a close-up of your first sponsor looking out of a cheese.
Great.
Next, we'll show, you know how they do in pictures, show the wheels of a Greyhound bus spinning. You're on your way to Hollywood.
Oh, this is great.
Yes, this will be revolutionary. Tell me, Bing, why did you go to Hollywood?
Well, I needed the money. I had a family to support.
A wife and children?
My brothers.
Your brothers? I thought they were the ambitious ones.
Things had been going against the boys, Fred.
Oh.
Larry lost his paper route.
And Bob?
Western Union had started those singing telegrams. That let Bob out.
Oh, naturally.
The only one working was Everett.
He was still with the A&P?
And doing rather well. Everett was bigger. He could carry more home, you see.
Bing, I've got it. An inspiration. Forget the family angle. The next scene is the Paramount studio. You're going into pictures.
Oh, great.
Cecil B. DeMille is directing Barry Fitzgerald in The Road to Dublin. As the scene opens, Cecil is introducing you to Barry Fitzgerald.
Barry, this is the front man for your picture, Bing Crosby. I'm glad to know you, Mr. Fitzgerald.
I'm the star of the picture. Frankly, I'm disappointed.
Disappointed in me, Mr. Fitzgerald?
Yes, they promised me Buster Crabbe.
Well, Buster and I have the same initials.
And there the resemblance ends. I don't think you'll do, Mr. Crosby.
Oh, but Mr. Fitzgerald, I can act.
Well, we'll soon find out. Now, take this script. I'll give you an audition.
Yes, sir.
The scene is a peat bog in Ireland. You are playing me half with its son. Now, let me hear you read your part.
Okay. Faith and the dar and the dabbers and that sesty be gone at the back of the shillady to you and then the sashay second to Gailey and Frogaballa. How was that?
Terrible. I can't use you in the picture at all.
Why not?
You've got an Irish accent. You speak with a definite drawl.
But, Mr. Fitzgerald...
No. Where's Mr. DeMille? Crosby's out. Get me what's a crab.
Please, Mr. Fitzgerald, before you go, before you get busted, give me one more chance. Maybe I can't act, but I can sing.
Well, we might be able to use a song in the picture. Let me hear you. Go ahead, sing, Mr.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Fitzgerald. In dreams I kiss your hand, madame, your dainty fingertips, and while in slumberland, madame, I'm begging for your lips. I haven't any right, madame, to do the things I do. Just when I hold you tight, madame, you vanish with the night, madame. In dreams I kiss your hand, madame, and I pray my dreams come true. Thanks again, Crosby, for joining us tonight. Next week, I guess, will be Dr. Rocco and his farewell radio for the rest of the season.